Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Secret Squirrel Games. I'm your host, as usual, Secret Squirrel, of course. We are joining the D&D Myths and Legends campaign event going on. Again, this is a Saturday night at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and therefore this is what we do. This is our Greek mythology-themed Dungeons & Dragons campaign. It's been ongoing. If you want to catch up on prior episodes, go ahead and check out the YouTube channel, also called Secret Squirrel Games. It also bears the same logo you see in the bottom right corner of the screen. And in previous episodes, obviously, that would catch you up to the current story arc and the current story event and session that we are going to have tonight. I'm going to leave the recap of what's been going on up to Wolfgar, the Dungeon Master. The remainder of the players tonight, we are still down Bacchios at this time. Then you'll see the names of the characters on the right-hand side of the screen. Bacchios is not with us tonight, but the rest of us are here tonight. As far as channel information is concerned, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to join us at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States on the Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/Secret Squirrel Games, all one word. Like I said, it also has that same logo that's in the bottom right of the corner. If you're joining us on YouTube, again, the same logo. I'm sorry, if you're joining us on Twitch, again, the same logo that you see in the bottom right corner appears on the YouTube channel, and you can go check out all the previous episodes. This episode will be posted on there as well, starting tomorrow. And if you see any episodes on there and you like to see the storyline or anything like that, make sure you hit like and subscribe over there on the YouTube channel. Over here on twitch.tv/Secret Squirrel Games, make sure you hit follow and you'll be notified when we go live. Another way to find out when we go live also is you can join our Discord community and you can interact with us as well. The Discord information is at the bottom of the page, as is the YouTube information actually, of the Twitch channel. There are banners with the Discord logo and banner with the YouTube logo, and you can hit the banners themselves. Those will take you immediately to the respective sites or respective channel in the case of Discord. But additionally, the Discord information is in the as is the YouTube information and the Twitch information in the channel info banner that runs across the top of the screen. So make sure to check out any of those things. And one final piece of administrative here before I get into joining the group and we get on with tonight's session is in the bottom left corner of the screen, you'll see a banner, a little tag there that says music by Adrian Von Ziegler. And that's all of tonight's music is royalty-free music provided by Adrian Von Ziegler. No cost, no charge, no problems whatsoever. If you have a website or a presentation or anything that you want to do and you want to get some good background music for yourself, make sure you check out his work. All right, Adrian Von Ziegler. You can Google him. He's also on Spotify and everything. His music has been setting pretty good background thematic music for us. It's helped set the mood. We enjoy it. If you enjoy it as well, go check out his work, and you can find other work of his I'm sure you will enjoy and can use. Just make sure you give him proper credit like we're trying to do here, of course. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and put us back in with the group. Go ahead and link us up to the group. They're sitting in the Discord channel right now awaiting my return, and then we will get started with the stream of tonight's session, which is Ending the Curse. All right, and I'm joining them now. Welcome, everybody. We are streaming live right now, of course, on Twitch, and I did not give any kind of background or anything as far as recap of the previous episode, but I did do the Adrian Von Ziegler bit, and of course gave channel information and the fact that we are down Bacchios tonight, but we have everybody else, which is always a good thing. So I'm going to hand it over to Wolfgar. Yes, sorry about that. I had to adjust something on the audio there. Okay, yeah, Arthemios is a demigod, not a standard human as far as his race is concerned. And he is a son of Nyx, the goddess of night and twilight. And as such, he has some night and darkness type related abilities that will come into play. I'm sure they usually do at some point. But additionally, he is, as far as class is concerned, in D&D parlance, he is a swashbuckler, rogue, and fighter multi-class. Since we're all 5th level characters, he's a 3rd level rogue and 2nd level fighter. But it's not that he's a rogue as in a thief. He just happens to have a similar style to that kind of represents his fighting style, the swashbuckler elements and stuff. As far as background is concerned, he is a Marine, so he is basically a naval sailor, or a naval infantry, I should say, both sailor and soldier. And he venerates, among the Greek pantheon, he venerates the god Hades the most, and does his best to serve in delivering souls upon their time to Hades. You can move on.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. We move on next to our Spartan fighter.
I was wondering what
Profanity.
happened there.
Profanities venerates Ares, of course, being a battle-hardened soldier and leader of men. He has led his party to several key victories, including at the gates of Troy. Profanities is a master swordsman, flavored as a samurai. All 5 levels went into samurai. And he wields the Blades of Fury, similar to those from Kratos in God of War. He can use them to harpoon opponents and bring them closer to make their demise close enough to smell their breath when they die.
That's the reason why you always try to bring them close by. You like to smell their breath.
I like to smell the last they have to offer.
Fair. Alright, we move on next to Calypso, our Oracle and Cleric.
Hi, yes, I am the cleric for Apollo, the god of light and knowledge. I have spent most of my life in the temple serving the gods until he pressed upon me to adventure more recently, and hence I am with my party. In, I guess, D&D terms, it would be a light domain cleric, level 5. I spend a lot of my energy on healing spells, and I am very partial to light and fire.
Very good. We move on next to the Atlantean barbarian, or I should say the Athenian barbarian, Penelope.
Yes, hello. Penelope is a demigod, the barbarian offspring of a god, who she does not yet know the identity of as of yet. She has joined with the Greek troops to learn and grow as a follower of Athena, the goddess of war, wisdom, and handicraft. She has been gifted by Athena with a small mechanical owl, Archimedes, who uses his skills to support her in his journey. Archimedes also serves as a model for her many tiny owl carvings.
Fantastic.
Many.
And finally, joining us again, we have Palomonius, our craftsman and artificer.
Hello, Palomonius here. Yes, demigod of Hephaestus, craftsman of the group, blacksmiths, jack of all trades, woodcarver, all those things. Yeah, I'm here to assist the party with getting whatever they need, enchanting some items, and also kicking some ass.
Fantastic. All right, guys. So, we left off last week with the party having spoken to and gotten some information from the villagers of Tenedos. After a successful rescue mission of King Agamemnon from the Trojans, a plan was formed that if the Trojans believed that the Athenians had left, then they could potentially sneak up upon the Athenians and, in fact, actually surprise them to overtake them. Of course, those of you who are familiar with your mythology and histories will recognize this plan as the infamous Trojan horse. So, the plan set forth by Odysseus himself, along with the help of Arcantos and the other heroes, Ajax, Agamemnon, etc. The plan is to build a horse of wood to be brought forth as a offering to the Trojans, as a means of showing them that the Athenians have retreated and surrendered. In order for this to succeed, however, this horse needs to be built quickly and in secret, as if it is shown what they are doing, then word could get back to the Trojans, and there may be it may ruin the plan, as if they may be wary as to this gift from the Greeks. So, with all of that in mind, the Greeks, with the villagers and other soldiers, set about guarding their camp, as well as setting their own villagers to gather wood. However, it was believed that there may be a need for more villagers, as the ones you currently have, though could work very hard, would not be enough to successfully build this horse in time. So the party was sent to the village of Tenedos. Upon arrival, they found this small village on a decently sized island was rife with what appeared to be a minor blight of some kind. They arrived while a funeral was taking place. This funeral being that of the village's previous elder, in which the party met the current elder of the village by the name of Despina Ganus. Despina informed the party that they are worshippers of the goddess Demeter. Demeter being the god of harvest, agriculture, fertility, a very important Greek god. This goddess apparently had something stolen from her. This was all gleaned by Calypso, who, using her connection to the gods, was able to slightly commune with Demeter. It seems that her cornucopia, of which spouts endless bounty, had been stolen. As to where, the party is unsure. The only clue they have is an image of a dark, dank cave where the cornucopia sits on a pedestal. Surrounding this pedestal is a very opulent chamber and a creature of serpentine likeness, seemingly wasting away the bounty that the cornucopia offers. This creature, specifically, is what was described by Calypso to the party. And that is where we pick up. The villagers have basically informed you, and I know there was some slight confusion in the previous session. The villagers have basically informed you that without the blessing of Demeter, they would be unwilling to leave their village. None of them are in serious illness. None of them are in serious, malnutrition. But obviously, if they were to be left like this for a long period of time, they would waste away. There's also a belief, Calypso, that you have, that this could follow them where they go. As if the goddess is not appeased, it seems like she is taking it out on the humans. So, in order for this to be fixed, the cornucopia needs to be found. The party had determined that a way of potentially finding where this could be, or where this cave, this dark place could be found, was utilizing an old resource of theirs, the Oracle pool that they had found in a previous session. And that was the plan. That is where we left off, with you guys preparing to leave the island. And that is where we'll jump right back in. First and foremost, does anyone have any questions on anything during this recap?
I'm good.
No, I'm good.
All right. If everybody feels confident, great. Was there anything that anyone wanted to ask Despina before you all head out, or was there anything you wish to do within the village before leaving?
I'm good.
Just a quick question. Is this the next day? Is this the same? No, it has to be the next day, right? Because we attacked it.
Well, yes, this is the next day as to compared to when you guys were sneaking up on the camp, yes.
Okay.
All right, well, I didn't know if they might have any place that I might be able to purchase some healing potions, any kind of things like that.
No. Healing potions are things that are easily found.
No problem.
That's
Just
why
had
you
to
guys
ask.
usually, you guys utilize tiny whinies typically.
Okie dokie.
Okay. With all that in mind, the party once more sets forth onto their trireme to return once again to the beachhead of Troy. So, as you guys are setting sail, on your way here, it was relatively calm seas. There weren't really clouds in the sky, and the sea itself was pretty flat. It took you about half a day, mainly due to distance, less to do with, any terrible nautical sailing. You guys did take 2 ships, I am aware. However, for the sake of the map, and for the sake of continuing, and for the sake of speed, rather than towing a ship back with you, only to tow it back again, you guys can leave the ship here on the island and come back on one. That will cut the time down, obviously.
Sounds great.
Okay.
I'd say it sounds great until we get to a point where this ship is sunk and then we don't have a ship.
There are other if you can obviously just at least get to the other side of the shore, you can go back to camp and get another ship, but that shouldn't be an issue. As you guys are beginning to sail, you do notice, however, that the ocean is becoming a bit rougher. What was once calm is now beginning to become a little bit more tumultuous. Who is going to be leading the ship's who's leading the ship's sail, essentially? Who is going to be the one shouting out orders, etc.?
Like commanding?
Mm-hmm. Basically taking lead if something needs to be happening to the ship.
I think Arthemios was leading as far as steering and operating the ship. And then I was obviously in command on deck.
I think he's asking...
That's now that you are together, though. You have 2 Marines.
Right, I think he was asking in regards to, like, if something happens where nautical orders start having to be barked, like, to handle this on the ship or handle that on the ship. I'm assuming that's what you're getting at, Wolfgar. Like where where a
Yeah.
captain would need to start barking out things that in order to preserve the ship and get the ship's,
Correct.
movement
Correct.
and things like that moving. Okay.
You have 2 Marines on board, yourself, Arthemios, and Penelope. Obviously, profanities. Though you are not a Marine, you are a soldier, and you have commanded large groups of people. This isn't that out of the ordinary for you, but you might not be as attuned to the nautical terminology, per se, as these 2 would be.
Which is funny. I don't know that they used terms like port and starboard and stuff like that. Then
Not that they would necessarily,
Right.
not that you would necessarily hear, but at the same time, knowing how to tie a rigging and
sure.
to operate a what's the word? At the back of the ship.
rudder.
The rudder. That's the word I was looking for. Being able to operate it during rough seas. You're
Right.
going to want someone trained and knowledgeable of how a ship works. So, as I said, there are 2 of you. Arthemios, you could take command. Penelope, you could take command. Or, of course, if you'd rather still it be profanities, he can take command. Or anybody. What would you prefer?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I do not want to be in command. Let's put it that way.
I think Colonel Kiss should take command.
Oh
right.
my God.
Right.
You see 2 bits of steam shoot out from the nose of the bowl, and then it sits down.
Yeah, that's a no.
He's leading by example. We should all just do nothing.
All of us should just take a seat. Take a seat.
No, Arthemios is best suited for commanding the ship, so I will leave it to his expertise.
The obvious assumption being if there are any need to respond to threats on the deck, then profanities, would be in charge of the tactical situation or whatever. No problem.
Rar.
Correct. All right. So, with all of that taken care of, as the ship does begin to experience rougher water, Arthemios, would you rather be operating the rudder, or would you rather be maintaining the rigging?
Penelope can maintain the rigging. I'll operate the rudder and bark commands from the stern.
Okay. You will notice on the ship, they have added your crossbow.
Noted.
Essentially, where Arthemios is standing, anyone who is standing there can effectively operate the crossbow. This is a map here that is typical in many triremes, but technically the rudder would be underneath this lip, or this jutting, I guess you could call it, right here. So, as you operate the rudder, I need a vehicle handling check. Penelope, I would like one from you as well. Arthemios, are you tasking Palamonius, Profanities, or Calypso to any particular task?
Well, I guess major first question would be, how are the winds?
Currently, go ahead and roll a d4. Actually, a d8.
A D8?
Yes.
All right. I rolled a 5.
All right. You are dealing with a south wind, and you are heading east.
Okay, but I mean, I'm asking, there are winds, though?
There are winds.
Okay.
It's not crazy. It's not like you're dealing with a typhoon or a hurricane out there, but they are starting to whip up, and there's no rain per se, but the sea is extremely choppy and beginning to get rougher.
Okay. All right, so we don't have to worry about oars, in other words. We don't have to worry about rowing.
Correct.
At this point. All the oars are pulled in.
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right. In that case, really don't need anything at this point other than maybe lookouts. As long as the rigging is being managed, properly, which Penelope can do that, obviously. In fact, I would suggest that maybe Palomonius assist Penelope with the, with any needs that she has on the rigging. And then that way, Penelope, you got somebody to help you, with it. And then that way, the others, Calypso and Profanities, could just kind of just be looking out at this point for anything. Because we do know, at least we're getting the impression through all of this, that that in some ways the waters are not necessarily the safest place either. There are waterborne creatures that we've encountered that seemed that were hostile, or at least on the other side.
This is true.
In the town, the little camp, the dock areas or whatever it was that the Trojan that were supporting Troy. So it'd be nice to make sure we have lookouts just in case any of those kind of maritime allies of Troy decide that they're going to try to put a wrench in any plans that we happen to be doing. So I would suggest that the other two, keep an eye out toward the respective sides of the boat, of the ship as we progress. Other than that, I wouldn't task anybody for anything else. Really.
Okay. Arthemios, give me a vehicle handling check, water, using your wisdom or intelligence, your choice. Penelope, same thing. You have advantage because you have Palomonius working alongside you. Actually, Penelope, for you, I will let you use wisdom or strength as you are maintaining rigging.
Thank you.
Wah, wah.
Oh, it wouldn't let me do...
This water's very choppy.
Yeah.
Profanities and Calypso, as you are taking a lookout, you can make active perception rolls if you wish.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me do a double. I don't know why, but the first one is 24.
Do you have your character sheet set at advantage?
I did at the time, and I don't know why it didn't work, but...
Weird.
I'll try it again. Hold on. Note that I still prefer my first one, okay?
I will note that. I will take that into consideration that you prefer your previous roll. As the party continues, the waters are beginning to get quite rough. Profanities, you yourself, you do not see anything in the water to denote that there is a creature or something coming to attack or anything like that. But you are definitely noticing that these are rough seas and beginning to get rougher by the second. It seems that Arthemios, though he knows what he's doing, he's just having a hard time controlling the ship. If he doesn't gain assistance, it's probably going to take you much longer to arrive to shore, especially to arrive in one piece.
All right. Who was it that we had captaining the second ship last time? Was it Penelope?
It was Penelope.
Okay. Yeah, Penelope had one and I had one.
Penelope up there to help.
Okay. And then are you going to take her spot?
I will.
Okay. Fair enough. So Penelope, if you wish to assist Arthemios, you can join him. Profanities, you can get alongside Palomonius as you control the rigging. We have another set of rolls. Calypso, if you'd like, once again, you can make a perception check if you wish. You do not have to. Arthemios, to decide between you and Penelope, between the two of you, who would like to make the sea vehicle check. You have advantage on this roll. Again, you can use wisdom or intelligence on this. Palomonius, Profanities. Either of you can make a roll if you wish. The roll will be made because I'll say this. Yeah, no. Neither of you are proficient in sea vehicles. So there isn't going to be an advantage here, but I will let you roll either an athletics or survival check. You guys choose between the two of you which you would rather roll.
That's an
Yeah,
18.
But it will be flat. It will not be at advantage.
That's an
Regardless
18,
of
guys.
a feature that gives me advantage on athletics.
I definitely have athletics with a +6.
Thank you, Calypso.
No.
I only have a +3, but regardless, I don't get my forged domain skill advantage, or no?
This is not a standard athletics check.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
probably
say
have
no on this
Pelmonies make it then. Cool.
You
All
could
right.
use survival if survival's any
No,
better.
I'm sorry, not Pelmonies. Profanities. You make it, yeah, with a +6. Go ahead.
All right, so not at advantage, right?
Correct.
All right.
And tell me how you are maintaining
Profanities
the
has-
rigging.
A 12. I lash the rigging around my forearm up to my elbow, and I lean back up against the mast. So I'm like
Okay.
planting my feet towards the rail and my back towards the mast.
You really want to get those God of War scars, huh?
Fair enough. Arthemios, Penelope, go ahead. Either of you, whoever wants to do it, make that water vehicle check
Yes.
with
As
advantage.
soon as Penelope arrives to the stern of the ship, I specifically, I welcome her first off. You can see I'm struggling with the rudder and everything, trying to fight the waves and everything. And I say, "Oh, good that you're here." I said, I would recommend one thing, though. If Profanities is going to take your spot with the rigging, perhaps Archimedes can act as the other lookout for us.
It's a wise choice.
And then, I would definitely welcome her assistance there. In fact, I'll let her command the rudder more so. So, I want her to do the role, and I will grant her the advantage by assisting.
Fair enough. All right, Penelope, you get to make the roll. You have advantage on this. Go ahead and do the roll.
Oh,
There it is.
20. Yay, me.
All right. And if you'd like, Archimedes can make a perception check. This is with sight, so he has advantage.
You got it. One moment. Okay, Archimedes gets a 22. Yep.
All right. With Penelope's assistance, Penelope being a little bit brawnier than you, Arthemios, kind of taking control of the rudder and with your direction is able to fight against the currents and the waves to maintain the rudder's direction. Profanities, you are feeling these ropes dig into your skin, but now that but not as much as you were, or not as much as what would have been done previously, because the ship is at least sailing in the correct course and direction. So there isn't as much pressure against you as there would have been.
I comment to Penelope and say, "You handle it admirably, but do you feel the anger in the waves?"
Admirably.
Yeah, you see what I did there?
Do you feel the anger in the waves, Penelope? I'm assuming that wasn't a rhetorical question.
No, I'm commenting about how turbulent the waves and stuff are. The surf is right now. That's all. Okay, fine. Silent treatment, whatever.
Penelope, everything okay?
What? Sorry. What? God.
I know. Never mind. That's about
it.
appropriate. That's about right.
This is canon. Arthemio starts commenting to Penelope, but Penelope is either so focused or so distracted.
Or just so
It's just-
spaced out.
These waves are so pretty. Are they not? They're just lovely. I'm enjoying them. Ah, it's just so easy to steer. I just got in a groove, man. Woo!
It's okay. I'll just stop role playing.
My bad.
So with your 18 and Archimedes 22, neither of you notice anything in the water or anything like that, as so to speak. You know, it's not like there are creatures attacking the ship at this time, but it appears that for the most part, everything, seems to be just a very rough sea at this time. But the party is able to successfully get back to the shores. Upon arrival at the shore, you all rig up your ship and anchor it as best you can. And so the ocean is getting rough and rain is now beginning to fall. It seems that you've gotten back without any serious time lost. It is nighttime. Do you wish to camp or do you wish to press on? And by camp, I mean, do you wish to camp at camp or do you wish to, press forward?
We already got our long rest. I mean, I don't have any reason to stop. Is time a sensitive issue? Wait, profanities. You're the leader. You carry on.
It is a new day. It would be a new day, technically.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't have any reason to stop? We've used that whole day up. It's time for the long rest. Yes.
Yeah, I would prefer to keep my people rested. The ones that we are attempting to help are not technically my people yet. So I will express my concern for my own squad and their potential exhaustion if we press forward.
Okay. With that done, you all may regain any lost potential hit points, abilities, etc. Should all be at full anyway. But everybody is at full hit points, full everything. It is a new day. You have now this day and one more before the horse is meant. Well, obviously there isn't a set time for the horse to be finished. However, the longer you take, the more likely the Trojans will find out. So that's the only pressing time constraint that you have. Anyway.
I have a quick question. We had something building, did we not?
A moment. I
Oh,
believe
yeah,
you did. You did have a general store being built. So... let me get that token for you. Yes, you guys have successfully now built a general store.
Oh yeah, healing potions galore.
With a general store. Give me 1 second.
We will buy some
Give you
more.
guys access to this. Alright, so general store can be moved so you guys can place it wherever you'd like. In this general store as a reminder as to what it offers.
We'll use our coffers.
No.
Fine.
General store gives you a place to trade your items for coin and purchase new items. To start, a general store will come with anything on the adventuring gear table under 10 gold. meaning 9 gold or less. Once every 5 days, the general store will restock on supplies by constructing additional buildings. You increase the potential items you store. Your store will have. Potential upgrades include a dockhouse. The general store now has any item under 40 or under 50 gold, minus any magical implements or reagents. A temple will add those magical reagents and supplies, and an armory will now allow the general store to carry weapons and armor. So,
Are the
that
weapons
means-
and armor limited to 50 gold as well?
No, that's the only caveat.
Okay.
So other than weapons and armor, in which case, yes, you can go over the 50 gold mark. But as far as general adventuring gear, so in other words, if you pull up the adventuring gear table in any player's handbook, or if you have something in mind of a unique item that you wish to potentially purchase, you can let me know. But anything that is 49 gold or less is purchasable within this temple.
You had to make it 49.
Yeah, anything under 50 gold.
I mean, I literally need a 50 gold item.
What is it that you really need?
I need. Here's what I'm gearing
As the
toward.
DM evil laughs.
Jesus.
What
I
is
need-
the 50 gold item you needed?
Specifically, either. Oh, it can be either or, whichever is the quickest and easiest to obtain. Either 2 platinum rings worth about 50 gold each, or the amount of platinum ore, and I can make the rings myself, still worth about 100 gold.
I'll say this. It's less about you had them having a 50 gold ring just available, a 50 gold platinum ring available. But yes, you can spend 50 gold's worth of gold to buy the ore necessary to do it yourself.
But 50 at a time, or can I purchase 100 and then maybe take longer? I need 100 gold total, and it's gonna be fashioned into 2 rings worth 50 gold each.
We'll roll for it,
Okay.
and we'll roll a d4, and that will be how many units of 50 gold's worth of ore they would have available.
Am I rolling a d4?
I'll roll the d4.
Okay.
So you have a 3 in 4 chance of it not being 1.
Oh, don't say that. Okay.
Just your lucky day. There's exactly enough in the store for you to get 100 gold's worth if you have the money to spend.
Right. Okay. So that comes down to what do we have? Let me see. I'm pretty sure I should have 100 gold, right? Didn't we find? I have no gold written here. Would that be in? Do we divvy anything out?
No.
It's all just been in regular party loot.
Gotcha. Then I'm asking the party if I could borrow 100 gold out of this, or something, whatever we're gonna do.
I'm fine with it.
What else is it there for? Penelope doesn't care. I mean, overall.
Trust me, it's gonna be super good, and it'll help any member of the party.
I totally approve them.
So what are you? Or do you have 100 gold?
Oh yeah.
Just loose gold in the party loot?
Yeah, I only included the current totals as coins. The things that we could sell, we have not as of yet. So I still have those listed, but not changed into coins.
Maybe we
Okay.
can sell them now.
How much do we have? I didn't. Where is it? Oh, the party
It's on the party loot.
page. Okay.
For very first, I kept
see
the
it.
top stuff.
Okay.
Okay, we
Are
got
you
100
making the adjustment to the coin, Penelope?
I will.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I would like 95 gold if possible, please.
You don't want to just make it 100? Damn it, man.
No, because studded leather's 45,
Stupid math.
and then Corinthian helmet. No, I'm sorry, not Corinthian helmet. No, never mind. Correction. I'll only need 70 gold. I'll use the Illyrian helmet.
Oh, 7's even worse. Okay.
70.
There's a 7 there.
7-0. So, Well, we're going to go one at a time. I'm going to start with... I'll start... Is that all... Do you already know everything that you want, Arthemios?
Yeah, that's all I need.
Okay. We're going to start with you. So you said you're taking 70 gold total.
Yep, studded leather for 45, Illyrian helmet for 25.
Okay. One moment.
By the way, you're gonna lose the +1. Then I can put it back onto your studded leather if you want.
Why would
infusion
why would I lose the +1?
Because didn't I put an infusion on your old
Yeah, but why
armor?
would I? You mean on the armor itself? I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, it's not you. It's the actual armor. So I can put
I
it back
got
on, but I would need to wait for the next day.
Oh, that's fine. I'll lose it for now. I appreciate it though.
Okay. So, you were purchasing studded leather, allowing your armor class to upgrade accordingly.
Well,
And
it's
you're-
technically staying the same for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean,
Well,
it's just,
you're also buying an
but the
Illyrian
helmet. Yeah, the helmet's giving me the +1.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Alright, so that is a +1 bonus indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it for everything you wanted to purchase?
Yeah, that's all I needed.
Okay. We move on next to Calypso. Calypso, did you want to purchase anything from the general store? Or do you need more time?
More time. Are we headed out for something like within the next 5 minutes IRL? Or,
Are we headed?
Minutes IRL.
Are we heading out?
Yeah, in campaign, are we headed out? I just need a minute and a half to look over this real quick.
Yeah, we're gonna be, as soon as basically everyone's purchased everything they need, and my assumption is that they're gonna head out to the Oracle pool.
Yep, I'm just skimming it real quick.
Okay, take your time. We'll move on. Palmonius.
Yeah, so the 100 gold's worth of ore, that'd be fine. And then, a quick question for you. So based on what we know, this vision of this creature, I don't know, we maybe need to try to capture it or something. Do we have, are there nets already on the boat? Do we need, or...
I'm gonna say a standard fishing net is, just a standard fishing net. It's gonna be very easy to cut through and escape through.
I don't know. Is party? Do we need anything like that? I'm trying to think.
I do know that Profanity's lost his net. He threw it over the wall.
Speaking of the wall, Palmonius, did you inform Wolfguard? Did you inform him that we left the rope on the wall?
Oh yes, that's right. The your rope that you made is gone.
On the wall. Okay.
Yeah,
I
it was left on the wall.
Infusion, that's fine. It'll just become a normal rope. But right now, that means they have for the next day, that means they have a rope.
Well, it's been used at this point. It's because it's a new day.
Oh, that's right. Wait, it's a long rest, right? Okay, so, okay.
My guess is you probably would have ended it as soon as you guys returned back to camp.
Right, obviously. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So if you want the weapon a net, which is a weighted net, that is going to it will obviously still cost the amount of any net, 1 gold piece. That would have to be purchased. It wouldn't just naturally be
Let's make it 101 gold pieces I'm borrowing, and that's all I need.
Okay, 101 gold pieces, Penelope.
I wrote that down. You got it?
Okay. With that, we move on next to Penelope. Did you want to purchase anything?
Yes, I do. Okay.
What do you want to grab?
Okay, so I need 53 gold. So I am getting 1 healing potion because I don't want to be drunk.
There are no healing potions.
I need 3 gold. So I'm going to get a new woodcarver's kit.
Yes, healing potions are 50 gold. It's
Yes,
anything under 50 gold.
I see. Yes. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm going to go for a brand new woodcarver's kit. I assume that they have them. Please tell me they do.
Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay, cool. And do they have any likely pieces of scrap wood? I don't need big pieces. I like small little things, but for, finer grained woods.
Give them 1 gold, and you have a decent supply of wood that can be kept at camp that can be used for whatever you need.
Perfect. And probably something small so I can pocket that when I'm in my downtime. And then I want an abacus. Archimedes has been trying to teach me about math, and I'm really getting the hang of it, but I want an abacus.
2 more gold.
Done. I'm finished.
All right. It's the only abacus they had in stock. Lucky you.
I gloat a little bit like y'all are out of luck. The good stuff is gone. I strut out.
We move on to profanities.
I replace my net. I purchase a bag of ball bearings.
So your net would be a cost of, I believe it's 1 gold. Let me double check. It is 1 gold. You're buying ball bearings?
Yep.
Okay, 1 bag of ball bearings is another gold.
Okay. And then I also want 1 bag of powder.
Like talcum powder?
Yeah, if they don't have that, I'll either buy chalk and crush it up, or I'll buy flour.
I will tell you.
Like they should have crushed.
Yeah,
chalk
they would have chalk and whatnot. So
armor chafing, I get that.
How much do you want? Like a decent bag's worth,
like
or
a 2-pound bag.
Okay, then 1 more gold.
Okay.
You see the guy who you essentially the villager you essentially hired to work this shop kind of reaches into this box of chalk and puts it into a bag and turns around and you hear a series of smashes as he pounds a hammer into the chalk, and he's like, freshly powdered chalk right there for you.
All right, that's it.
Okay. Calypso.
Yes, I'm not sure how I made it this long with my spell slot usage as a healer without a healer's kit. So I think I'm going to go ahead and purchase one of those for backup plan, just in case.
All right. Give me 1 moment.
5 gold.
How many do you wish to purchase?
There's 10 slots, so I think 1 will be fine. It's just backup.
Lucky you, there's only 1 in stock. So, yes, if you wish to purchase a healer's kit, you can do so. That will, as you had mentioned, yes, be 5 gold pieces. So make sure you're marking that down, Penelope. Keeping in mind, all that can be done is to stabilize a creature without the healer's feat.
Right, no, I understand that. And then I believe I used a couple of candles, so just refilling my stock there because
another gold.
Those seem to come in handy for, earwax and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. Do we have any oil flasks in stock?
Oil, like lamp oil? Yes.
Yes. I think that I'll take 2 of those if we have 2 in stock.
That will be 2 silver pieces.
Good, Penelope?
Yes, still good. We're still good. Though for whatever reason, I know I wrote it down, but I can't find profanity stuff. Sorry, profanities.
1 bag of ball bearings.
Which was 1 gold.
1 bag of powder, which was 1 gold, and 1 net, which is like a silver piece.
Nope, 1 gold as well. 3 gold total.
While Calypso thinks about her last purchase, I also sell off the teeth, claws, and hide that I had from the wolves. I don't barter. Whatever they offer me for them, I take.
The hide, they're going to. Well, I'm looking on our party loot. Is that where you are pulling it from?
I have them on my character sheet. It says S-Wolf teeth, S-Wolf claws, S-Wolf hide.
Okay. I believe it was also noted on the party loot. The hide at this point is not great, so
okay.
they won't buy that. But it seems like there are 3 sets of teeth and claws. They offer you a total of 4 gold.
I just
For
have
everything.
Penelope track it.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay.
Much
So,
bloody
Penelope,
hell.
do me a favor.
Yep.
Do you have the total on how much was spent?
I have it written down. I'm actually doing a quick spreadsheet for that.
Okay. Tell me how much was spent.
The total? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
For everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hang on. I was formatting, so I apologize. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great thing about the abacus. No formatting required.
See, this is why she's trying to do it. All right, 185 gold and 2 silver.
We definitely just jumpstart the economy here of this little village.
So, if you would, look through the party loot. Tell me what you want to sell, if anything.
Well, there's a bag of cowhide. A
Trash.
somewhat battered. What? It says 20 gold pieces.
If it was treated.
It says a bag of cowhide. I have to assume it was treated. That was part of the party loot. From something.
I can make a leather worker's kit. I can treat it.
All right.
Too
Well,
late now.
well, we can
Well.
still hang on for that.
We've been toting that shit around for a month.
Yeah.
Probably rotten.
Didn't say it'd be good
Too late
quality.
now.
Well, we do have that Corinthian style helmet that's been used. That's worth 20 gold pieces.
Oh no, I snagged that. I've been wearing that all this time.
Damn it. All right. Never mind. Sorry, hold on. It does say 40 gold value of supplies and gear from the bandit camp. It does not specify what it was.
Do you wish to sell that?
Yeah, it's anonymous. Yeah, I would. I mean, I don't have any. I don't think anybody else has objections.
You do so. Anything else?
I'm scrolling. Ooh, we have 4 bars of solid silver.
Do you wish to sell those?
Do we?
Yeah, might as well. I got no use for them.
Okay, no objections are heard. Yes. What's is it a cuirass? Is that a kind of sword? And a
Ooh, that's a
Demeter
really
piece.
good piece of armor.
oh, well then no. I'm just saying it. These are things in here. I don't know what a Demeter piece is.
That's the torso armor.
If you look at this, a cure,
Oh yeah.
and it's the third picture.
Yeah, the gold
essentially.
one.
So a molded cuirass in Petragi's armor gives you an armor class 17, but you have to have a strength of 15 to wear it.
Might as well just sell it if it's the good one.
I'll never
You
use
get half
it.
the cost, but it's still I don't think we have any heavy armor in the party, so
All right, now we do have monstrous leather.
You're going to sell the molded armor?
Unless there are objections.
I don't think anyone can wear it anyway.
Okay. We're
Okay.
selling that. Continue.
No problem. I don't know if we should get rid of that gladius. I
Hey.
mean,
Hey, just
Yes.
real quick, because I mean, I'd have to double check their stats, obviously, or whatever, but it may benefit us to give one of those things to the heroes or something, since they go out with us as well.
This is true.
true that. Yeah, true that.
Do you wish to take
Bring
it
it in
out?
heavy armor proficiency, yeah.
Well, I mean, we could. I don't know what specific classes any of them, actually are.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I would figure Ajax and Arcantos are warriors and fighters, and
Their
King-
classes are listed on their character sheets.
Oh, are they?
If you want-
Okay. Well, then
If you want, what we can do is we'll hold on to it, and we'll figure this out during the week.
Yeah, we can
and we'll get back
research
to
that
this.
in
We'll
between.
revisit.
That's fine.
That's fine.
So you're going to hold on to that. Okay. All
Mhm.
right.
I don't think I
Me.
see much else to be sold. I've been integrating those tiny shards of the different orbs into my owl carving. Sorry, y'all.
I also added like 2 things.
Yeah, for God's sakes, please can we get her some shoes? I cannot do this anymore. She can't do this.
These
Penelope is
slippers,
like,
as beautiful as these slippers are, they are not very functional for climbing.
Okay, so if you'd like, you can get. So, are you looking for, like, you said you were looking for trinkets? Okay, give me
I'm
a
looking
moment on that.
The oracle I divine with a bit of drama, so adding to my collection of shiny rocks and little bone things.
I will say, yes, they do have incense. If you'd like, actually, you can purchase a priest pack, which will have a backpack, blanket, 10 candles, a tinder box, an alms box, 2 blocks of incense, a censer, vestments, 2 days rations, and a water skin.
Right, so that
But if you'd rather just get the incense, if you want to just get the incense, that's going to cost you per block. It will cost you 2 gold.
How much is the priest pack?
19.
Oh no, I'll just get the block of incense because I have a priest pack. It's just I've been using it in like the drama, that kind of thing. So if we're talking.
Okay, so 2 blocks of incense will be 4 more gold.
got it.
And as far as shoes, they don't necessarily have shoes, but you could get a climber's kit.
Yes, please.
Which would come in handy. That's 25 gold.
All right, got it.
Is that everything you wish to sell and purchase?
That's all I see.
Okay. Make sure you've updated the party loot. You used up both of those chimera pouches.
Yep, I'm all right. Yeah, I forgot. Okay.
And just keep an eye on anything else you guys may have used. With that, yeah. I will say yes. Arcantos could wear the armor. Ajax would not, because he is a barbarian. He benefits from unarmored defense, essentially.
And Odysseus is a rogue.
Odysseus is a rogue. Agamemnon could also wear it, especially considering he does not have any armor right now.
That makes sense.
Although, if you guys do not wish to give that to him, he will just purchase his own.
I'm pretty sure the king can get his own armor.
Yeah. It won't be as nice. He lost his armor, he lost his +1 weapon, he lost a few things. But, beautiful. We caught that on mic.
I'm so sorry. I was hitting the wrong button.
Uh-huh. For Agamemnon, he will lose his king's mace, obviously, because he does not have it anymore. But he can be given any other weapon, a spear, or it will be a normal item for him. Or you can, if you want to give him any armor, you can as well.
I guess, well, it's going to him or Arcantos, so I guess if he doesn't have any, he can take that for now.
The molded cuirass, you mean?
Yeah.
That seems about right.
Okay.
And he definitely has the strength for it.
Yep.
He does indeed. Okay. Is there anything else you wish to do with the store, or is there anything else in camp you wish to do before setting out?
Yes, there's something I wish to do, and I'll make it as quick as possible, guys. With the platinum ore I obtained, I will use my smith's tools and begin getting to work crafting 2 rings.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, even a craftsman such as yourself, with the skill you have, it's going to still take you a little bit of time.
I have advantage because of Forge Master's Hammer, and then that's it. The right tool for the job just lets me carry. Yep.
If you would like, well, let's determine how long this takes. Go ahead, make a Smith's Tools check. You may use your Constitution modifier, and you have advantage. Okay. You are making jewelry. I'm not making you use a jeweler's tool. But you are making jewelry. So it's not going to look the nicest, but it'll be fun.
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't care about aesthetics right now. It's functional platinum rings the for now.
I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you that with a 16, they can be worn. They're definitely not comfortable.
Okay.
But it takes you an hour.
All right. I can deal with the rest later. I go up when they're done and cooled and ready, and I go ahead and I put one on, and then I take the other and I approach Profanities.
Okay.
I approach him and I say, go ahead and put this on. It's a little trick I've learned. It'll come in handy.
I shrug, then put it on. Does it fit?
It's, roll a d4.
1.
It's a bit tight.
I'll work out the kinks. I know. I'll work out the kinks. We're in a rush.
Alright, very well. I'll leave it on.
You can see your finger become slightly redder than the other fingers, but it'll be fine. So,
I'll make you lose a finger of this.
no, I'm not gonna make you lose a finger, but
Sorry. I'll take yours back. You can be part of my Yakuza.
It's okay. You can wear it as a pinky ring. So, with that, it seems that you guys are done at camp, and you have a destination. Arthemios or Penelope, as you are the ones who are usually leading the way. One of you make a survival roll with advantage because you've been to this place before.
You go ahead, Penelope.
Okay. With 16, you begin to head out to the field, the small hilled area where you had encountered this oracle pool before. As you're traveling, you are kind of catching everyone up with your new items and keeping everybody informed on what everyone has and what everyone can do. I'm assuming you are using, as you have in the past, using
the torch every morning.
Okay. Well, it only lasts for 8 hours. It's not a 24-hour thing. That's why you guys don't always do it in the morning. But did you want to do it this morning?
We will do it every morning if we are traveling.
Yeah, if we know we got something to do, we'll do it right before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll say... What?
I would concur with what Profanity said. If we're traveling, if we know we have something to do, like for example, if we're going to explore an area or something like that, we would probably be best to hold off and not do it in the morning and instead do it prior to embarking on exploring a particular area or attacking something or something like that instead, because that might happen at night.
Evening activity.
Yeah, because that might happen in the evening or night. Yeah.
So I will tell you this. You do know from your previous excursions that the Oracle Pool is not close by. You could choose to do it as a preemptive means of potentially having that additional health on the way to the field, or if you wanted to do it while you're at the field, and then that be, depending on how far the cave system is, go from there. It's up to you, but you know that it's going to probably be at least 4 to 5 hours getting to the Oracle field. So, do you still want to do it in the morning?
In that case, we will hold it until we are at the base of the mountain. Or the entrance to the pass.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just want to confirm something. The Oracle Pool is confirmed where this creature is?
No, it's where the pool was, where the party was able to determine where another location was in the past.
Oh,
I know where.
Okay, that's why I'm not understanding what's okay. But so it's like a divination thing and steer us in the right direction.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
Okay, so you're not going to use it just yet. All right. So make sure your health reflects as such. Everyone should not have aid applied to their health. Make sure that your health is accurate, please. So, with that, with a 16 rolled on the survival, are you using Archimedes as a scout or no? What is Archimedes doing?
Penelope.
I feel like she's busy. If Discord's any indicator, she's spending her time looking up gifs.
Or talking on mute. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Yes, Archimedes.
I will have to mention he does not show up in this campaign. Only the Greek gods so far.
Fine.
But go on. You can pray to him if you'd like.
I swear to God. Again! Okay. Archimedes is absolutely going to be scouting. Yes. Absolutely. Archimedes launches himself off of Penelope's shoulder and begins to scout.
Okay. As Archimedes is beginning to scout and seek out, as you guys are moving, Calypso,
Yeah.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, brother. Okay, hold please.
It's not against the mountain, is it?
Nope, 15.
15. Calypso collapses.
Okay. What the hell? I rush back.
And it wasn't the shoes this time.
It's not the shoes this time. You're nowhere near a mountain. As you guys were
Gotta be the shoes.
traveling through, through tree and following the path led by Penelope, you suddenly hear a commotion behind you, or for some in front of you, and you see Calypso has seemed to have passed out and has crumbled to the floor.
I scoop her up and throw her over my shoulder.
I look around for any potential threat that may have downed her.
Make a perception check.
Because, I mean, she just seemed to be walking along normal and then drops, right?
Mm-hmm. Typically, Arthemios, you're not Arthemios. Palmonius, you're taking the rear.
And
usually.
I rolled a 16.
Correct. Arthemios?
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
what?
not Arthemios. Palamonius, typically you are in the rear.
Yeah. I will say I would like to be within 5 feet of profanities.
Okay, so then you're not in the rear this time. Then likely Calypso was in the rear.
Well, then, okay, yeah, I'd probably be, yeah, that's fine.
But not far from you guys, but
Yeah.
Calypso was likely
at this
in the
point,
back.
no, I would take the rear since if Penelope's got the front.
I never walk at the end.
Yeah. I mean, if Penelope's doing the guiding right now, then I'll be at the rear instead. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Arthemios, as you observed, because you had the best view of it, Calypso was walking, paused for a moment, looked up, and then fell to the ground. You look around, Arthemios. It's not like it's dead quiet.
And I'll look up if she looked up.
That's fine.
For real.
There are no bugs. It's not like there are no. I shouldn't say that. I should say it's not like there are no bugs or bird sounds or anything like that. It sounds like a normal day. You look up. There's nothing that you can see. She seemed to have collapsed for no reason, as you can tell. Profanity.
I
you just
will
pick her
comment
up and
on
put her
that.
over your shoulder.
As Profanities picks her up, I'll say, I see no threat. I have no idea what just happened to her.
Calypso does Calypso things. And with her on my shoulder, I continue walking.
Well, I hope such things don't occur at less opportune moments.
Well,
Knowing full well this is the first time Calypso is just up and fainted.
Yeah, I've never seen that,
Usually usually that quote unquote trick happens to Calypso when she's like trying to divine something, but no, or falls off a mountain.
Yeah, we all are confused with the lack of mountain and lack of your consciousness, but okay.
Yeah, I've never seen this particular Calypso thing.
Do you mention that, or do you guys just keep going?
I just said hopefully whatever those things are that she does don't happen at a worse time, and I've never seen this particular thing, her just walking along and dropping like that.
Do we think it's because we're getting closer to the pool?
I don't know. Perhaps. And I explained to them, I said, I literally saw her just look up and then drop. And I don't see anything in the sky.
And Profanities doesn't seem at all concerned, huh?
But obviously we do know that
He's already 100 foot down the road.
All right.
her god, the one she venerates the most, is there.
True. I guess we make it to the pool and see what happens. If she comes around, comes soon.
Maybe something divine specifically related to her.
Alrighty.
Obviously, since she's out, we do make sure she's actually alive too. We do check to see if she's breathing and all that.
Who's doing that?
Because otherwise, she just
because
drops dead, and we just pick her up.
Picked her up, put him over her
whatever,
shoulder, and kept walking.
These are funny.
People just drop dead all the time.
She's sitting here going, I love how everybody's doing all this and nobody even checked my vitals.
Well,
Am I breathing?
I check for threat first because I'm at the back there and I saw it happen or whatever. But if nobody else has done that, then yeah, that needs to be done.
I paused long enough to let everybody check her out.
I'm not a doctor.
So as Profanities picks her up, says Calypso does Calypso things and keeps walking. He's now about 100, maybe 200 yards down the road.
Jeez,
Everybody
200 yards?
suddenly.
We didn't just let him keep walking just forever.
You're going at a fast pace.
I'm a tabaxi now.
We say wait.
Never mind. Never mind. You're 100 feet down the road when suddenly you start hearing shouting coming from behind you as the entire party suddenly cares about Calypso's well-being.
We didn't expect him to just take off. He just scoops up.
Just started walking.
I deal with
like
metal,
those.
not people.
We're like, wait, is she even okay? Oh, like I said, I saw no threat. Check her for wounds.
I'm not a doctor, but I did stay at a holiday camp express last
Right. So somebody check her for wounds.
We quickly give her the once-over. Are there any wounds to note?
Outwardly, she's not bleeding.
Breathing?
There's no cuts or break, other than maybe a slight scrape on her knee from probably collapsing.
Emotional damage.
but she outwardly appears fine.
Inwardly, we know
As a
she's a
whole,
wreck, so we're not
she's
checking that.
I was gonna say, who's reaching inward?
Fair.
She is breathing. She does have a pulse. Someone perform a medicine roll, whoever is checking.
I would not be the best choice for it, I'm sure.
I have a +2.
It's
There you go.
Whoever
Sounds
was
great.
going to check. It's whoever was going to check.
I
Everybody
recommended
else
it. I
refused.
didn't say I would do it.
Everybody else refuses to go underneath her clothing. We
Right,
force Penelope
Without
to do it.
consent.
Everyone cares about your well-being, but doesn't care enough to do
Oh my
anything
god,
about
my
it.
speed love room.
There you
Well,
go.
Penelope checked.
I don't even know why you have Penelope in the group. My god,
Penelope.
she can't roll worth nothing.
Penelope checked.
Penelope thinks everything's fine. I mean, she's
There we go.
concerned, obviously, but she's, also...
You've heard of the god, hold on one second, let me make sure.
Eris? Chaos? Discord?
No,
Yeah,
no,
we've heard
not
of
this
her.
one. You always heard of? Is it a French word? I thought it was a Greek word. Hold on. Name.
It's a
Origin.
German word. It's called Schadenfreude.
Oh, that is
No,
not what I'm having.
it's a French word. I thought I was like, you always heard of the word narcolepsy.
Right.
Oh.
So, you always suspected it of Calypso, but now you feel like your hypothesis has been proven. That's why she's always falling down mountains. That's always why she's falling down mountains. She's falling asleep.
That's
Call
Hypnos.
Pythagoras to prove the hypothesis is correct.
That's Hypnos. That's what I named my Gladius. That's like Greek for sleep. YPNOS. Hypnos.
There you go.
For hypnos, basically.
Oh, apparently it's a combination. Narcolepsy, I mean.
Yeah.
Apparently,
French and Greek.
she's probably fine.
Yeah, that's what Penelope thinks.
What were you saying about daggers, profanities?
No, I said I call Pythagoras to prove the hypothesis is correct.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, she's probably fine. You guys continue on your way.
Apparently.
So now Profanities feels justified in his initial response, which was just to pick her up and carry her ass along.
Of course, as we start walking,
He wonders why the crew questioned him in the first place.
after we resolve that she's okay, and everybody just walks as if this is just normal, I say, I wonder how many of us profanities could carry if we all feign sleep in order to avoid a long hike.
A very Bacchius answer of you.
Colonel Kiss rolls over and plays dead.
Start bench pressing the iron bowl. So, you
How
all.
many players could Profanities press if Profanities could press players?
There you go.
Oh my god.
You guys continue on your way. Eventually, with the help of Archimedes and Penelope, you have efficiently arrived to the Oracle pool.
But our person is... Well, whatever. I mean, that we got there. That's what I was there for.
Let me
That's right.
get
Then we
everybody on
set up.
that.
We set up for a short rest. We create a campfire. We pull out a torch.
So you wish to rest here before utilizing the pool.
Yeah, we're gonna use a short rest, just long enough to get the benefits of our torch, and to spend a little bit of time watching over Calypso.
Yeah, see if she wakes up. Yeah.
Okay. You guys didn't really use anything, so everything stayed the same, except you may update your health. Now you are under the effects of the lantern, of the torch.
That
At
gives
this
us
point-
5 extra HP, right? Sorry.
Yes, 5 additional HP. Calypso.
Yeah. I do
Make
not respond.
another wisdom save. DC 20.
No, at an 8, that will not make it.
Okay. Calypso does not seem to wake up. However, Calypso, at this point, actually, we'll do every word. I'm going to come back to you for that. I'm going to see if we can go a little longer first before we take a break, because I do need to talk to you on the side.
It's frightening to have your player effectively incapacitated and have the DM go, we'll wait and see if we can go a little bit longer. It's fine.
It's fine. So, yes, you all are under the effects of the torch. And with that, you have those 5 additional hit points. Make sure your tokens and character sheets are reflected appropriately. How would you like to utilize the Oracle Pool? At this time, as you searched through, does anybody interact with Calypso at all, or do you just kind of leave her be?
I sit next to her.
She doesn't wake up for the whole hour? Yeah, she's still out.
She does not wake up for the whole hour. She is breathing normally. It's not ragged. She's not, spasming or anything like that. She is still and quiet, breathing, but apparently unconscious or
I
warned Penelope that whatever it is may be contagious.
Penelope is unfazed.
You were carrying her this entire time.
Yep, and
she's
still playing with her abacus.
For my
so,
crew.
deal.
Being that I've had some dealings face to face, we've all had dealings face to face with God. Can I make like an insight check to see if like she's some? Well, I mean, is this a trans? Oh, I'm assuming it is. I don't know. I'm just trying to make any kind of roll.
Go ahead.
Make an insight.
Make an insight roll.
Okay.
So typically, when Calypso is in a trance, Calypso, describe yourself when you are in that state. How would you feel like you would be?
So typically what happens is my eyes roll up and then they get a faint glow to them. My skin starts to glow, my hair starts to glow a little bit, and it levitates a little bit. My clothing levitates a little bit, but not like you've seen me in battle when I get upset. But it's like just kind of a faint glow about her, and I don't know.
There's something happening as opposed to nothing right now. Gotcha.
Right.
Go ahead
and there's usually a bit of drama associated with it. Like there's usually a bit of, humming and chanting, and there's usually something along those lines to make sure everybody's,
some kind of theatrics.
Right, all the theatrics, all the stage craft, pyrotechnics, the whole shit.
Yes, exactly.
When it's intentional, yes, all this is true.
Right, fair.
Palamonius.
Yeah.
Make a medicine roll for me.
Ugh. 8. She's not bleeding.
Yeah. You can't really see anything other than what, was already stated by Penelope. And she's obviously not glowing. There isn't any, common signs of her being in a trance that you are familiar with.
In my professional opinion, she's not on fire. So.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, then hopefully whatever we're here for will help, whatever is going on.
Well, Athena wouldn't be able to help, right? I mean...
Is it like... Well, hang on. I guess maybe does she need, like... I guess I could. Do we want to try, like, a healing something?
She doesn't appear hurt, but you can always try. She has medicine kit now.
Yeah, but no, it's all, like, stable. She's already seems stable. She's breathing, so I don't know how much that's going to help. All right, screw it. I'll burn a first level spell and then try Cure Wounds.
You cast Cure Wounds on her.
Yeah.
Calypso,
Why not? We'll see.
make another Wisdom saving throw. DC 17.
That's 10.
Oh, that's high.
Jesus.
What's your plus, Clips, though?
6.
A 6.
6.
I mean, I think we should I'll give an inspiration if someone has one. I have one. I don't know. I don't think so, but I think that's worth a roll.
By all means.
Well, let me.
You just need 11 or higher. That's not bad.
Okay. If the entire party agrees, I will go ahead and use it.
Yeah, if he does, yeah, if I would give you mine. So
Okay.
hold on here. No, that's an attack roll.
Nope.
Okay, okay.
The gods don't will it.
Have we tried just shaking her and all that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if a Cure Wounds didn't jumpstart her, you know. That's how I treated the Cure Wounds too, like a even a shock, like I'm starting up one of my
like a
machines.
defibrillator.
Right, give it a boost, like a battery.
Yeah. Calypso still seems to be passed out.
I'm just gonna shake her and all that stuff, and I'm gonna the scene from Airplane with her shake her, calm down, shake her violently. No, just rigorously shake her around a little bit and slap her face a little bit and all this kind of stuff, and then pull her hair and however far it goes. No. But
Surely she's feeling better.
Right,
Yeah,
of course.
Penelope is watching you very carefully at this moment.
No, but I'll rigorously shake her and just try to rouse her. Not arouse, rouse.
Does Archimedes see anything different about a Calypso that would indicate that she had been in some way assaulted?
He can make a perception roll. Arthemios, everything you are doing, nothing. Nothing works.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's good for an nat 20.
Natural 20.
So, he kind of perches right on her head. Like, literally perches on her forehead. And, looks straight down at her face. And begins to start looking over her body and whatnot. And you see his head turn and hoot as he points towards her eyes.
Let's lift her eyelids and see what her eyes look like.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's perfect. Yes.
Lifting her eyelids.
You get zapped
delicately.
with Cyclops laser beams.
Yep.
Ah!
Two things.
Campaign
Thing number
over.
one, there are no eyes in there.
Nice.
Just little black holes?
No. Instead of eyes,
Gems. I steal them.
it is the brightest light you have ever looked into. Penelope, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. It is as if you look directly into the sun, but from the distance of your face being as close to Calypso as you are.
Alright, I rolled an 18.
An 18. You don't go blind. You definitely have spots on your eyes. And it's bad. You, as soon as you lifted the eyes, you immediately closed them. That is how pure and bright the light is coming from them.
I would tell the others,
Yet
don't look there.
Zero.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yet zero seems to be emitting from her eyelids even when they are shut. You would imagine something this bright would shine through her eyelids. It's not.
Nice.
Oh my god, we have a human torch, people. Human torch.
You got laser pointer to the pilot's eyes. That's what you just got.
So we can use her to blind our enemies. Alright, cool.
Archimedes states that with his natural 20, his guess is that she is likely having a major vision that, however, he has no way of knowing how long she will be like this, nor if it's good for her to be like this for as long as she is. He suggests you doing magical healing again. That being the means of rousing her. It's either that or let the vision complete, but as he says, he has no idea of knowing how long that will be, and he has no clue if that would be good or not.
I'll go ahead and give her another jump start.
People have gone crazy, looking at things that they shouldn't be looking at.
Peered into the abyss, and the abyss peered back.
Okay. Using another first level spell slot?
Yeah, I'm not burning. No offense, I got very limited spell slots, so I can't burn a second.
Okay. Calypso, it's a DC 17.
21.
Yeah.
Okay. As the magic exits your body, Palmonius, and enters into Calypso's, you see her breathing quicken. And suddenly, Calypso, you rocket upward. I'm gonna describe your vision to you, and then I'll let you determine how you would react to being woken up this way, so to speak. So I'm gonna let that be your choice. Okay? So, a moment. Calypso, I am going to put you... Actually, you're going to describe it, so I'm assuming you're going to describe this vision. So, I'm going to just show everybody. But, you were walking along, Calypso, minding your own business. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, thinking about whatever you would be thinking about. When suddenly you looked up, just so happened to look up at the sun. But this is what you saw. The sun being covered by an orb of pure darkness. As the vision took hold, you found yourself plunged into utter darkness. And you felt yourself in a literal void with no light whatsoever. Words started echoing in your mind and echoing all around you. Go ahead and read that off to me.
And he strides among the treetops and is taller than the trees, and his voice through all the garden is thunder sent to bring.
More darkness, and you feel yourself being pulled towards something, but you don't know what. Those words continuing to echo around you. Then the words change.
Giants and the Jinn, multiplex of wing and eye, whose strong obedience broke the sky.
That rush, that pulling sensation, pulling you deeper into the void, suddenly breaks. And you find yourself in a deep valley. This valley seems to be very little vegetation. It seems to have been cleared away. You feel like you've seen this before, but you're not sure if things are wrong about it. And you're beginning to realize this isn't just a valley, it's a battlefield, but a long forgotten one. One where the bones and the dead have turned to dust and decay, but it has stricken this land. The valley runs deeper, and you hear the sound of picks on stone, mining, clanging in your head, bouncing off your skull, this echoing sound of mining just thundering in your ears. And you look ahead of you, and you see slaves, beaten, dirty, hurt, depraved. These slaves seem to be mining away at the ground, unearthing something. It looks like a building at first. You can see what looks like the roof of something. But it's not a building, it's an entrance. It's an entrance that goes deep into the earth. And you feel yourself being pulled into this entrance, once again being subjected to this void. And your mind is slammed into what looks like a large gate embedded in stone. The gate is made of wrought iron and wood, strong, full tree timbers that make this gate, and you can see godly symbols surround it. And that's when you hear the sound of something beating on the door, and the door beginning to bend, and it beginning to break. And for the briefest moment, you see this image burn into your mind. I would suggest, if you have the handout up, you exit it out of the way, because I'm going to put it up, and then I'm going to take it away, this image.
Okay.
So if you're looking at where the characters are, and I would suggest you zoom out.
Holy. Okay.
This is the image you see. For the briefest of moments. And then you are woken up.
Okay, so through all of that, when Calypso is woken up, she just starts with her recounting of the words and this exasperated kind of breathless tone. I'm not gonna recreate the whole thing, but and she's going through and she's saying the words, and he strides among the treetops, blah blah blah, and the giants of the gin, and blah blah blah. And then she's talking about like when the DM was describing the slaves, it's just kind of broken, but the words are coming through. And as she's describing the slaves, she's starting to cry and she's starting to break down a little bit. And then at the end, did you put that up for everybody to see, that image?
Everyone saw it.
Okay.
But it's like, if you forgot already, that's how fleeting the image was. I'm not saying you specifically, but like anybody. If you forgot already, that's how fleeting the image was to Calypso before she was woken up.
Right. And I just described what was seen, and just this horrific, monstrous, giant creature with the breaking skin and the light, and just horrified. So I just kind of sit there sobbing for and nobody's reacting, so I guess we're just waiting. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I start
Everyone's reaction
blinking
to
and looking around. I'm like, where?
I'm trying to comfort her. I mean, I didn't know if there was more to be said, and I didn't want to interrupt the DM.
No, that's fine. I'm just kind of blinking and looking around, going, where are?
She's not.
That
doesn't
way,
Penelope never.
we didn't know.
See, it works with machines as well as people.
Yeah, we didn't know what had happened to you, and you gave, well, some of us, a bit of a fright as far as what may have happened to you, but at least you're back. Luckily, Archimedes had tuned into the idea that you were entranced in some kind of a vision, perhaps.
Yeah, Penelope hands one of her clean extra tunics so that she can wipe her face because you said she was sobbing, right? So.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah,
Definitely.
she's a cleric and spent most of her life in the temple helping and healing people, and so this vision is quite disturbing. So did we
All right.
make it to the? I got this looks familiar. Did we make it to the?
While you guys contemplate what was said and you may talk amongst yourselves, I think this is a good time to cut to break. So let's take 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody who is tuning in. We'll be right back. Players, go ahead, get yourself something to drink. Go ahead, go to the bathroom. When we come back, you can continue your discussion if you wish, or move on. Obviously, Calypso has had a rather ominous vision, and we
Right.
will be back.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
absolutely. In the meantime, off to Be Right Back, Squirrel. All right, everybody, we're back from our break.
Welcome back, everybody. So, where we left off, Calypso had just had quite the ominous vision and was recovering from it. As she describes it, what are everybody's thoughts? As a kind of refresher for you all.
Well, the physical description in the beginning may indicate, you know, a Titan or something like that. Something overly sized, you know, oversized or whatever. I don't know anything about the real other stuff.
I mean, we're at the divining pool, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, maybe
we already have
maybe
one
we can,
purpose, but maybe we should do both.
yeah, maybe we can get some more information about that vision here.
Profanities basically says the same thing I said out of character. It looks like we may be dealing with Titans in the near future, which means we are not prepared for what's coming. We need to go spend some time training and improving ourselves if we intend to help with Titans.
We'll certainly need more favor from the gods.
Indeed, but we're here for one task at the moment. Let's remain focused.
All right. Penelope isn't strong on that, but she's totally cool with following that order.
And with that, Profanities directs the team up the mountain.
Okay. It is a small hillside. Shouldn't be hard to climb upward.
However, we do.
Wait. Didn't Calypso fall down this hill too?
Yes.
This is the one that's more like a ramp, right? Goes up.
Yep.
Correct.
I'm gonna
So-
wait for Calypso. I'm behind you, girl.
Calypso
Need help.
deck save.
Really?
See, she's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's good. She's real good. Yeah, she's good. Natural 20. Man, I'm wasting them all on these stupid rolls.
I didn't tell you to make a deck save. I only told Calypso to make a deck save.
Oh, all right. My bad. I thought you were talking to me. I apologize.
So that means
anybody
you really wasted that one.
else? Anybody else climbing up?
To the divining pool thing?
Yes.
I remind the party that the last time that we were at the divining pool, it wasn't just myself that could use it. It was every one of us that used it to collect some information based on the question or questions that we.
Yeah.
And although we do have a specific task
Hey.
for that we are trying to help the village with, this vision is quite impactful, and I would like to understand more about it.
At this point, though, I'm gonna kind of hang back near the edge so I can, look around the area, because, the existence of something like this, we're not the only ones who may access it. So.
Speaking of which, as I look around, does it look like it's
Been accessed?
been maintained? Yeah, been maintained since the last time that we were here and we did a little maintenance on it, or does it look like it's average enough growth based on the last time that?
Make a perception roll. It looks roughly the same. You don't see any
Right.
visible difference. So, Calypso, are you going first?
Give me a second.
Or is someone else?
Remind me. Sorry, I just for some stupid reason took a bite of a chicken tender. Remind me the mechanics. Is it like this isn't like a yes/no question. This is like a single question and then a follow-up question. There's like a limit to it, right?
It is one question per person. That question will, it doesn't have to be a yes/no question or anything like that. It's just one question per person. And it does require a roll for it, a religion roll. Calypso, in the past, you assisted everybody with it, granting advantage. Everyone, I believe, received a vision last time. They weren't necessarily all helpful, though.
I feel like I didn't.
Everyone who used it received one last time, I think. But they weren't all necessarily helpful.
I still feel like I used it, and I feel like I rolled low enough on both that I got nothing out of it, basically.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Well, I know it did happen where someone asked a question but got no relevant information.
Yeah, I feel like it, because I kind of feel like I came over, used it, and was like, I don't even know why I bothered. That was it.
So, it looks like Calypso, you're going to go first?
Yes. And I just mentioned the part before walking up. I know that, again, I just reiterate what I said earlier, that I know we're here for a specific purpose, but this vision was quite powerful and quite impactful, so my question will be related to that. So if we want to ask questions about where someone else wants to ask questions about where the cornucopia is and how we want to do that, please feel free to do that. I will not be. And then I approach the divining pool. And my question, I do the stuffs and things in Calypso fashion, where Bitraman grants me your wisdom, as it were, leaning into looking over the divining pool. My question is about the vision that was just maybe.
Hold on. Profanities, we're getting an echo on your end, and it's making it hard to understand Calypso.
Okay, he got it. Is that better?
Yeah. Start for
Yes.
you do the stuff and things.
Grant me the knowledge to understand how we may avoid the vision, the catastrophic vision that was granted to me, or how we may best mitigate against it, should we not be able to avoid.
Make a religion roll.
I feel like now would be the time for.
Would you like to use my inspiration?
I already did, remember?
No, you used Palomonius's, right?
I don't know. I'm again asking the party. Do you want me to use that for this, or moving on?
I don't care what you use them for.
You might as well. It's the entire reason we're...
Right.
Well, yeah. Now it is.
So, Calypso, you call to Apollo. You place your head and you look into the pool. You feel yourself being drawn in, and you see your god, Apollo. Make an insight roll. Okay. For the first time since you've known your god, and for the first time since you've spoken to, communed with, looked upon any god, you see fear in Apollo's face. And he does not respond to you. Not for lack of wanting, but more because you get the distinct feeling he does not know what to do.
Oh. So I come back out of this divining pool because I only get one question, right?
You only get one.
Yeah, I come back out and I look at the party, like visibly shaken, even more so than after the vision that I had, and I just relay. I have never seen Apollo's countenance so despair. What's the word I'm looking for? Not. The fear and the inability to be able to respond for lack of knowledge for what to do. This is not. This seems like it might be bigger than the gods, or at least my god.
Who is next?
I stand by for inspiration, or not inspiration, but the help, heal, whatever.
Who is
Did Profanities want to go next?
Sorry, managing microphone.
It's alright, I was wondering if I'm gonna go check over Arthemios and see if he's still sulking.
Was never sulking.
Right.
I'm looking out to make sure that nothing comes along.
Yep.
Profanity
No
steps
problem, buddy.
to the pool.
Okay.
Looks into the water and asks his question. What is the best method of appeasing? Remind me which god it is that we're appeasing.
Demeter?
Demeter. There you go.
Demeter.
What is the best method of appeasing Demeter in order to satisfy the peasants.
Make a religion roll with advantage because of Calypso's assistance.
All right, sweet. Thanks, Calypso. I get to roll twice with a -1. Bam!
Better than G did. Get a pretty straightforward answer. It's in the pool. You see an image form.
Mm-hmm.
You see the cornucopia. You see it in your hands, presenting it back to the village.
What a smart ass.
Yep.
Okay.
As I said before, some people got answers that they weren't maybe as satisfying or enlightening.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, the question was, what's the best method, not how do we go about finding it? So, I mean, fair.
Apparently, Blessing of the Forge does not help me.
No, it does not in this case. In fact, you must ignore it as it has been written.
I
Who is next?
I look down at the ring on my finger and I'm like, I would have gotten better responses if it weren't so damn tight.
I will mention, your finger has turned a lovely shade of bright red at this point.
I take the ring off and just kind of let the blood flow. Wow.
Take
breaks.
Take some doing. But
I'm assuming you're both wearing those on your left ring fingers, right?
I'm wearing mine on my pinky and apparently it's still too tight.
No, come on. You know it's the left ring finger. You guys make a wonderful couple.
I wear it on my center finger.
At this rate, it's going to become a toe ring. Themios, you have walked up. Are you next?
Can we not?
Oh,
Can we not?
Penelope had approached first.
Okay.
No, Arthemios, you go first. That's fine. He's out of his sulk. She's cool with it.
I was never in a sulk, but okay.
Yeah, buddy. We know. Not sulk.
Okay.
Got it.
That's fine.
It's canon.
Okay. I didn't hear, Arthemios, I should say, did not hear the questions that were asked by the others, per se, so he walks up and looks to Profanities first and goes, do we have direction on where we're headed, or do we need that still?
I received no vision about where to find the cornucopia.
Right. Alright. Well, then I guess I shall ask that. Where might we locate the cornucopia for Demeter, to appease Demeter?
Okay, you can make a religion roll with advantage.
High Priest Arthemios will
roll a
12. Yeah, that makes me the best so far, right?
It is the best.
Yeah, I'm like the Pope.
Arthemios, you're the vision that appears in the water. You see the cornucopia. It's very much like what was described by Calypso. It is on a pedestal in a opulent-looking chamber with the creature you can see once again, this serpentine-like creature. It begins to pull away, and you feel the darkness overtake you. You feel the path twist and turn, even though you yourself, you have dark vision, correct? Yes.
Yes, I do.
Even though you have dark vision, it doesn't necessarily, you can't pierce through the image. So it is darkness, but eventually it pulls out into a bright light, and you can see the mouth of a cave. The cave is on a hillside in a mountain pass. Make a perception check.
perception check. Normal perception.
I headed back to the harpy's nest again.
Ugh, not great. Only an 8.
Yeah, you know it's in a mountain pass. That's all you really get before the vision returns to water. You know it's in a mountain pass. There is a dark cave where this cornucopia
All right.
Can be found. That's all you get.
I say, who has not asked their question yet?
Penelope has not gone yet, and neither has
Almonius, right?
Almonius.
I say, to whoever has not asked their question yet, I received a vision of the cave that matches the description that had been given before about where the cornucopia may lie or sit on a pedestal, apparently. That's in a mountain pass, but I do not know where the mountain pass is. So if you wish to seek further clarification on that, that would help us get to our destination. Other than that, the other, if I may recommend another question, since it sounds like there are two of you who may have questions, I might recommend asking what may be guarding or protecting, that same cavern and the cornucopia, so that we may know what we're up against.
Yeah, my question
There are
was...
a lot of... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, because my question was actually related to, finding the weakness of the creatures that guard the cornucopia currently, but I can ask for further clarification on where the location of the cave is. Is that what you feel I should do when I look at profanities?
I think that's what Palomonis was getting at is, there are a lot of passes, and there may be only a few, but they also may be they also may be many miles apart.
Exactly.
And then that may mean several days of travel, potentially trying to denote which one it is, whereas, asking might, save us considerable travel time.
Well stated.
Who is next?
I guess I can take a whack at it. I'm right here.
Please don't harm.
Fine, I won't hit it. Fine. Knowing Penelope, it probably wasn't a bad choice for you to mention that. She does tend to get a little excited when frustrated. She eyes the pool. Don't give me a hard time, frickin' pool. Don't do it.
She asked her question, but first she recklesses.
You look at the...
That's it. Thank you.
You look at the
recklessly
statue.
asked her question.
Look at the statue holding the pool, and you get the distinct feeling it's staying back to you. Well, then don't ask a stupid question.
Oh, it's trying to get you riled up. It's trying to get you enraged.
Considering my religion ability.
Don't make me mad, Pool. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Don't forget it's that advantage.
Maybe Palamonia should go first.
I look back at Palamonius. Did you want to take a whack at this before I take a whack at this?
Yeah, Palamonius, you may not get a chance. It may not be alive.
She's gonna roll well.
Okay. I like
Penelope,
your face.
you have advantage. What is your question?
Oh, crap. Okay, well, I'm going to ask it anyway. It doesn't matter, though.
Jeez.
If I was watching at home, that would be a 2 and a 1.
Just a question. Since I don't
No. This is what happens. I'm going to tell you exactly what happens.
Awesome.
No!
Penelope goes to ask a question after looking at Palamonius and saying, hey, are you sure you don't want to answer anything? Or ask anything right now before I take a whack at it? Palamonius is like, no, you're gonna do really well. Penelope turns around, trips, goes face first into the pool.
I better not have broken this crap.
The look of shock on
broken.
Calypso's face as she goes, what are you doing?
It's not broken, but your pride is severely damaged.
I go to sulk behind the bushes.
Yeah, who's sulking now? That's what I was going to say.
I'm done.
The exact same spot.
For the briefest moment, Calypso, as you inspect the pool and the ripples of water kind of calming after Penelope just face planted into it, for the briefest of moments, you see a mountain pass, and it goes away.
When Penelope walks over,
Make a perception roll, Calypso, at disadvantage, because you only got a brief look.
when Penelope walks over with soaked visage, whatever, I just kind of point at her face and be like, "Oh, you got a little divination there on your face."
Yeah. So again, the rolls at disadvantage. The 5 will be taken, but the other was a 20.
Yeah, 5. Unfortunately, it was too brief. It was too quick. You couldn't discern anything of note.
Besides, I really do not care for mountain passes, so there's that.
Well, it's up to you, Pellemonius.
Damn it, I really wanted to ask a different question and state my question. All right.
Same.
I mean, you don't have to take suggestions or whatever.
I
You can
know.
But I mean,
time is of the essence, and I need
It's
to
still-
find this mountain.
Ask
yeah,
what
it's
you
either
want
location
to
or
ask.
defenses or whatever else you were going to ask. So
Ask
Whatever-
what you
what I'm-
want to ask. If it takes
what
us
I'm-
longer to find what we're looking
No,
for,
this
then we
is-
have time to trade.
My question is a selfish question, and it can wait. This. We need to know better for this. Just checking though. One last time. There are we have a map of the area. Are there multiple mountain passes this could be?
Yeah,
Ulfgar, or no?
yeah,
There-
I don't
there
think
are
we
a
have
few
Lotto
mountain-
yet, so don't
there
bother
are a
asking
few
about it.
mountain passes that you have encountered in your travels. So it could be any number of them without any discerning features that you need to find. You're not sure which it could be,
Okay, then I will use my question
other
to
than a cave. Of course.
ask for clear insight to guide us to this cave entrance in the mountain pass.
Okay. Make a roll advantage.
I am the Pope now.
You guys have incrementally gone
I'm a
one
cardinal.
step at a time.
I'm a cardinal still.
Okay. Palmonius. Make a perception roll. Flat.
Flat, okay.
Okay. As you look around, it's fleeting. The images are changing. You see a river. You see a bridge. You see a series of large rocks and boulders. And then you once more see the cave.
Okay. I'll
With
quickly
the-
describe those so I don't out loud to specifically to our survivals and trackers and stuff like that. Any detail I can pick up, those 3 things.
Were the rocks and large boulders in the middle of the path by any chance?
It was fleeting. There were no just other than what I stated. They weren't, he couldn't describe them any other
She's
way.
referring to the one where we planted the rocks and
Right.
boulders to block the pass.
To block the caravan.
Right.
Just wonder if it's the same one.
It's
Silence
silence.
between me and you. No.
I know,
Maybe
right?
it is.
You're unsure. It does.
Ugh.
It might be. It could very well be. You're not 100% certain, but it could be. There were
Well,
there
this
were
is just
definitely a river, a bridge, and and rocks and boulders at that pass.
At this point, really, then the best thing to do would be from here to have either maybe Archimedes scout ahead to the nearest mountain range from us. And start with that, as that really we don't have any leads other than some landmarks which we don't know.
That could take a lot of time, even though he can fly.
Where is this
Which
pool
we are-
right here?
yeah.
Where are we right now? On the other
Yeah,
other
what's
map.
the closest mountain range, right?
So
So yeah.
if you a moment.
Like on the big map that, in the beginning that showed the 2 docks and then the gate and
Correct.
all that stuff.
Let me pull up the Trojan beachhead.
Yeah, that map.
So, you guys, if you start at where the camp is,
Yes. Which is
and you go
the fire symbol.
correct,
Gotcha.
you go to the top left area of trees from the camp.
Oh, right there. Okay.
That is where, or you guys are on. If you go there, and then you keep going in that direction to
Right.
the line of trees.
The one that is right next to the ridge, or the one that's just in the middle of the plains?
So from the camp, if you're going to
Northwest.
the top left corner, yeah, and you're just going, you go into the big circle area of trees, and then if you keep going in that direction, you go to a line of trees.
That's in the middle of the plain. Okay.
Right, it's like in the smack in the middle of the
Mhm.
map.
Right.
You are in that copse of trees right now.
Okay.
So I will remind you, to the right, where the question mark is in the 3 ranges,
Yeah, that's where the
That is-
harpies and stuff are.
that
now,
is
right?
the Harpies area.
Right.
To
then
the-
I think we go to
To
other
the
question.
northeast, or sorry, the
Northwest.
northwest.
That
to
other
the
question
northwest
mark.
question mark.
That's the temple
That
where the
was
harpies
the
were.
Temple of Glorious, where the Harpies were, correct? But you didn't really explore the mountains there.
Right.
To the northeast of where the gates of Troy are,
Uh-huh.
in that mountain range is where the pass to Cyzicus was.
Right.
You guys were not there long ago. You
Right.
had gone in that direction when you were seeking out the additional soldiers. You were actually in that area when you were seeking out the additional soldiers, and you met the satyrs, you fought the chimera. That was in that mountainous region.
Okay. That big clump of mountain stuff section.
Correct.
Got it.
That
Okay.
was where you guys fought the chimeras, where you helped the satyrs, and that whole trip, everything you did in that little arc was in the top right in that area of mountains and trees.
And travel time, like from here to where the harpies are right now. For example, how long would that be about?
Another 4 hours, maybe. It took you guys about 6 hours to get to the trees that you're at
Okay.
now. Another 4, maybe 5 hours to get to where the harpies are, because there's serious climbing in that.
Okay.
About the same amount of time, maybe add an extra hour to get to the mountain pass where you guys
Right.
encountered satyrs, where you fought the chimeras,
And the
you-
temple where the harpies used to be, whatever, to the northwest.
about the same the other direction.
We're like right in the middle. My bet.
I would think that would
If
be a
we're
little
looking
less
at
because
this-
it wouldn't involve climbing. But nevertheless,
Right, well, I think the fact
I'm
that the
kind of
Harpies
wondering.
used to be there.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the harpies might be a good source of information on this, just because they fly over all these passes.
Oh no, I'm saying I think that the area here to the northwest of where we're currently at is, it makes, if the harpies were there, it makes sense that if they've left their cave system, something may have taken over.
They weren't in any cave systems. Though.
No, they
were-
weren't.
Oh, okay.
Temple.
I wasn't here for that. I assumed they were. Oh, it's a temple.
Yeah, it was.
All right. Well, then never mind.
But I think the harpies might be a good source of information for us, considering that there are multiple passes in the area, and I'm sure they've flown over many parts of this region at various times. They may be able to help us at least figure out the right way to go, rather than us just
Sure.
shot in the dark and trying to hit. Because some of these, like the mountain area, yeah, we've gone to that one pass, like you say, but we haven't explored these mountain lines and stuff like that, so we don't know how many passes there may potentially be or not be. We may like if we went to the northwest, that whole ridge of mountains that goes all the way from the gates of Troy all the way around to the entire northwest part of the map, there might not be a single pass in there, and it would take us forever to explore to find out if there would.
I agree. Let's discuss the harpies.
I think the harpies would be our best information option on that, unless we're willing to wait a whole day or whatever it takes for this to refresh and try this thing again. Unless you want to augury.
Guys.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where have we encountered snake creatures before?
Oh God, not snakes again.
You remember the image that I relayed to you? It was a snake-like, half snake-like creature.
Right.
Have we encountered snakes before?
And
Oh yes.
yeah, I don't think you were there, Palamones, but and there were a couple of different levels. Yes, there were a couple of different levels, right? There was like a horse snake center thing, and there was
ones and...
They were pissed off
guys.
because they were pissed off because we killed the other ones on the way to the Pan Adventure and all the flying snakes and blah
So
blah.
you're assuming that she might be the boss of that?
I mean, we didn't really encounter a boss-like creature, but why would there be centaurs?
Because we also didn't try to explore that area looking for any further about them.
Ah.
Because we encountered them while we were in transit to a different area, and then encountered them when we were in transit back. That's when we encountered the centaur ones who were mad that we had killed the snake things, the two-headed snake things on the way there first.
Right, but there was a lot of snake activities with the flying snakes and all the other snakes.
No, I agree. I'm just saying we hadn't gone to explore that area. It was something that we encountered in transit to a different event, and then that was when we got the giant crossbow thing, whatever, and then on the way back we encountered them again in transit. We didn't explore their area specifically. We were just passing through it.
Correct. So are we just going to use logic and go that way, or do you want to turn a spell slot for augury?
We could. That's also up in that mountainous area, right? That big clump of mountainous area, right? Wolfgar?
Yes, that is in the basically, where the.
Because that's where you said we fought the Chimera and all that.
Yeah, where the eastmost port is. You see that little area of trees. That was Pan's forest.
Right.
And the mountain past the Cyzicus was in there. The pass that brought you, the forested pass that brought you. Where you did indeed fight the snake creatures is in that area, yes.
So that's your recommendation, is that we go there?
I just kind of shrugged, like, yeah.
Now, theoretically, let me I gotta find that area map again that was just up, or area screen. Yeah, that one, the Trojan Beach. I couldn't remember what it was called. We could head direct northeast, or we could head east to the Harpies and then head north and get clarification from the Harpies also, maybe. Or maybe they might be well aware of... They might be able to answer more than just the question about the past. They may know what's guarding. They may know about the whole location of the thing. Who knows? They also, if you want to say about this... serpent people and all that stuff or whatever, they may know about them. They may have encountered them.
It's very true.
And it's not completely out of the way to go by them and then go up. It just adds a few hours of travel, or whatever, because it's a 90-degree rather than a straight line. Yeah, if you form a triangle, we're taking the right angle portion of
I think it's worth it if it's someone on the way. I think it's worth it checking with the Harpies, but that seems like a good idea, a strong possibility that that's where it is.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it sounds very promising, but even if it is, the Harpies may be able to give us some additional information that could assist us there.
I think it's worth the slight detour.
Since we got terrible success rate here on the fucking pool.
I like the idea of visiting the Harpies as well, even if it provides us a side quest at this point, because we need experience and We need to become more powerful if we're going to take on Titans.
Game in the game over there.
Profanities is probably as disheartened as Apollo is at the prospect of fighting a Titan at level 5.
Right.
I wouldn't do that to you. On purpose.
Just a junior Titan.
Right.
You wouldn't fight the Titan. You would be making sure the Titan didn't get out.
A teen Titan.
We'd have our asses handed to us by a Titan. It wouldn't be a fight.
No.
Free the slaves.
No, it wouldn't.
Save the world.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. So choose
to
Harpy.
Harpies.
Yeah, I think that's my recommendation. I'm big time for the idea of using the asset that we may have available to us.
Okay. That is fine with me. So, if you would go ahead and whoever is leading the way, go ahead and make the appropriate roll, please. You're going to do a survival.
Do we have advantage since we've made this trip several times now?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Penelope?
Okay.
Here we go.
Easy enough. So, the party begins to start making their journey. As you are going, Arthemios. I'm curious if you actually. I'm curious if you've caught on to something or not. Make a just general wisdom or intelligence check, your choice. Okay.
15.
Is there anything? This is me asking you as the player as well,
Right.
but also your character.
Sure.
Something definitely seems out of place with this happening to Demeter.
With this happening to Demeter?
Mm-hmm. Something definitely seems out of place might be the wrong word, but
Odd.
This isn't there's definitely an odd similarity to something you've heard about.
What happened to Demeter?
Does anybody want to fill that in?
Yeah, I don't remember something. I thought she was mad about something, but I don't remember why.
Because her cornucopia thing got stolen.
Yeah, because the thing itself was taken. Okay.
It is her like symbol. It is her holy like relic, if you will, right?
Well, you're asking. Never mind.
You could also have the same thought.
I mean, who's taking something from a god?
Right. And where have we heard that happening? Where have we heard that happening before? Or
That needed to be recovered for a god.
I don't know. I'm just saying whatever took something from a god against its will, even as I'm not saying lesser, but not a major god, even that. But what could take something from a god and against their will? So interesting.
Well, what other tasks have we had that involved anything like
I make a
recovery?
history roll here.
Like recovery.
Wolfgar, no?
I mean, are we talking about something outside of the campaign direct campaign activity, or are we talking about within the direct campaign activity?
Bit of column A, a bit of column B, a bit of column A, a bit of column B. You yourself, you all have participated in the retrieval of a item. You've also participated in a. You've also
For a
discussed
god, you mean, or just a retrieval of an item in general?
a powerful item that.
Are you talking about maybe the shield thing or whatever with the forge?
I think he's maybe
That's
talking about
hard.
something a little that we have in common.
Well, there's the talk of retrieving an item that is yet to be done, and then there is the memory of a item that you have already retrieved.
Because I know we retrieved that forge item, the shield, or I say shield. I don't know why I say shield. Whatever.
That is a potential thing. Obviously, how did the Trojans get that? But it could have also been gifted to them. Something else
That's more
was
so something
definitely
created by a
stolen.
god, right? This is something that is a god's possession, right? Yeah.
There was something that was definitely stolen.
I don't remember. I'm trying to think back on what we. Oh, is it the north wind?
Mhm.
Who takes party notes and where are they?
Think to the beginning of the campaign.
They're in the.
Yeah, I know, but that seems so long ago. Oh, the trident.
Scroll down to items and notes, and you'll see party note.
Is it the trident?
The trident is to the Athenians.
Oh, okay, it's not
the
actually,
Atlanteans.
okay.
To the Atlanteans, the trident is supposed to be Poseidon's trident. Whether or not it actually is, you're not sure, but it's supposed to be his trident.
That
A gift.
the one that was in the statue.
A gift that
In the
he
water?
himself gave to the Atlanteans when he created that city. That is the legend.
You talking about the statue out in the water or whatever type of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's the very beginning of the campaign.
Yeah, as I say, I vaguely remember that. There's only some.
I mean, if it's true and that truly is his trident, then that's something.
And I'm trying to remember, how did we even get this? I don't remember. Where did we retrieve it?
Kraken stole it, and we went to the.
Oh yeah, it was the
pirate.
it was the Minotaur dude.
Yeah.
The
I don't think
Minotaur
he had
pirate
it.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, that guy had stolen it.
Oh,
though.
that's right. Wait, hang on, and he used it to fuel like a ritual, right? And I remember I tried to identify the canopic jars,
Which we
and
still have.
basically, right, which we still have. But then if I open those, basically nuclear explosion ish, and then so we didn't open them. Then
Right.
yeah, something about that, right?
But that's who had stolen them. What was it? I don't remember his name though, off the top of my head. Yeah, Kamos. I kept wanting to say Kratos, and obviously that's not it because that's God of War.
Is
Dude.
this the same Minotaur person that had me like kidnapped or whatever while I was
Yep.
on high?
Yeah,
Yep, that's where he found you, and he was using
Yeah.
it to fuel this dark energy. That didn't it reanimate things, or didn't it summon those creatures?
Now we don't know anything of his involvement with any kind of serpents or anything. Up until this
you
point.
do know he got away. That's the only
Yeah,
thing.
we do know he got away, but he
No,
had stolen a god's item before,
Right.
so
Potentially.
well, he's our prime suspect. He's wanted for questioning, at least, for having stolen or at least been party to the stealing of a god's item before. So, I mean, that would make sense for him to be in the discussion at least.
Sure.
Or not him, whoever he works for.
Yeah, maybe him though too, considering he's still out at
That's not
large.
the brains of the operation. No offense.
Oh yeah,
Well,
maybe
offense.
not. Maybe he's not the brains of the operation, but at least as a prime henchman or something like that.
Did retrieve
Yeah.
this as well.
Gee, that's right.
Where is that?
All of this is in story items under handouts.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
I
story
remember.
items.
You know, you just took me a
That's
moment.
okay.
This is what led you guys to
Yes,
going to
right.
the Trojan
Yes.
War.
Yep, that's right. They worshipped a different pantheon. Gee. It's Moriarty, isn't it? I knew it.
But this is definitely not your first encounter with a god having an item stolen.
No.
There is another that you have discussed. I don't know if you've discussed it openly, but one that you've discussed.
In addition to the trident, you're saying?
Mm-hmm. The one that you and
Oh, I know that one.
that you
Yes,
both have in
yes,
common.
Yes, exactly.
That who has in common?
You and Palmonius.
I've been to the other side, my friend.
Oh, that task. Yes. Okay.
Ooh, a secret.
Right. Understood.
Wink, wink.
Yes.
It seems that a trend is beginning to form. Potentially.
Alright, well, that's
Um,
not a great trend.
What'd you say?
Not a great trend.
No, it's not a great trend. But, you know. I only bring it up because some of this stuff was from a very long time ago before we took our break. So
Right.
we kind of act as a refresher.
Understood.
But
Apparently, Rob needed one.
Yeah, absolutely.
this
Cool.
is definitely not the first time you guys have encountered a god's item being stolen.
This is like the midterm pop quiz. Like
Right.
nobody knew to study. Like we went on winter break. It's like
But this conversation and recollection
Okay.
occupies your thoughts for the time being. Do you bring anything up?
Like I would, coming to that conclusion basically or whatever, I might say, well, you know, this isn't the first, you know, item stolen from a god that we've heard about, and then I would just kind of glance over at Palmonius or whatever, but then just say there was, of course, the trident also, you know.
Yeah, well, I imagine we're all discussing this. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's clearly the thing I'm referring to, you know. and then you know, just say, you know, and Kamos escaped our grasp before. So
good point. Couldn't have thought any better myself.
right, so you know, whether he's involved or not, or is acting only solely as an agent, you know, at that one point, who's to say? But if he was an agent, doesn't mean that others who are, you know, acting likewise might not also be agents of whoever's behind all of this. Instead of these being isolated incidents, they may be all connected.
One can only speculate. But it's through this conversation and this recollection, as I stated previously, that your party makes it to the mountain pass. You know what that means, Calypso?
Yeah.
I am putting on my climber's gear.
She has crampons that she puts on, and
I need everyone to make an athletics check because you have a climber's
shit.
kit. You can do it with advantage. Your bull will have to wait.
Even though he's a medium creature?
Even though he's a medium creature, he can't climb the mountain pass. He's not a goat.
19 for profanities.
How much do you think he'd weigh?
You made him He is tier 2, which makes him made out of solid bronze.
So Profanities actually rolled a 23, Penelope a 19, and Calypso, even with her climbing gear, rolled a 9.
Solid bronze, not that heavy, lighter alloy.
You can't carry him.
Even as a demigod with an advantage.
You're all. If you want to attempt it, I will by all means let you attempt it.
Okay, here's what.
But I am putting a high DC on this roll.
Here's what I'm gonna do instead.
Meanwhile, as Palamonius is setting up some crazy rig to get Colonel Kiss up the mountain, Calypso can be seen. We jump cut to Calypso falling down the mountain.
I will reduce Colonel Kiss to small size, and I will bring him up the mountain pass.
Okay.
So only a 5-foot solid bronze object.
Oh wait, how long? It's gonna take me more than a minute to get up there, isn't it?
It's gonna take you more than a minute to climb up.
Alright, never mind. Alright, he's gonna stay here. God, I thought I had it.
It's a good idea. But
If you're that keen on carrying somebody, I mean...
Isn't the statue outside of that bull, isn't that like a 10-foot bull?
What do you mean?
The bull outside of Wall Street, isn't it a 10-foot sculpture?
Yes.
Yeah,
And it weighs like 2 tons.
Yes.
Yeah, it's big.
I will say,
So-
you could reduce Colonel Kiss.
And put it in the bag of holding.
Put it in the bag of holding. He will enlarge within the bag of holding. You won't be able
That's
to get him
fine.
out. But,
Oh, I need to cast it again to get him out, wouldn't I?
yes.
No, not worth 2 casts of the spell. Alright,
No,
never
you
mind. He's staying
wouldn't
here.
have to cast it again.
Why not? How would he get out? Well, no, technically, yeah, it
You
doesn't
reach
matter
in
what.
and pull him out.
Yeah, that's magic. Once he gets in, you can just pull it out.
Yeah.
It summons
still
the
be
item
small.
from within.
He'd still be small.
No, he wouldn't, because it only lasts for a minute.
No, it
It's
only
a
lasts
longer
for a
climb
minute.
than a minute.
And that bull is 11 feet tall and 16 feet long, and it weighs 7,100 pounds.
Why
This
does
one
this feel
is not
like
as
that
big.
10-foot pole conversation?
It sounds like somebody
this
just
is-
went
this is
to
totally one of
Google to
those.
figure out the weight of a 3-dimensional bronze sculpture.
No,
I
I
was
just looked
tempted
up the
to-
I just looked up the dimensions of that particular bull.
I mean, if I don't have to cast, I don't know. You're saying I have to cast a second spell to get him out? Otherwise,
I'm looking
it's worth
over the
first
item
cast.
now. I'm looking over
Alright,
the item
okay.
now. The bag has an interior space considerably larger than the outside dimensions. I'm not worried about it once it's inside. Also, it doesn't need to breathe air, so it's good there.
Right, yeah.
If the bag is overloaded, pierced, or torn, it ruptures and is destroyed. Its contents are scattered in the astral plane. If the bag is turned inside out, its contents spill forth unharmed. The bag must be put right before it can be used again. Breathing creatures inside the bag can survive up to a number of minutes equal to 10 divided by the number of creatures, after which time they begin to suffocate.
I think it's going to
Yeah.
fall in a gray area where you got to make the call.
I'll say that if you want to burn the spell slot, yes, you can put him in the bag of holding.
I've been meaning, I want to use him so bad, so yes, it's worth it. I'm gonna go ahead and burn the spell slot.
Okay, you burn the spell slot, you put him in the bag of holding. Arthemios, you got an 18. You're rolling at advantage because
Athletics demigod, maybe?
he's
No,
not.
I
You
should
know, he
have.
gets that on stealth.
No, I should have the climber stuff.
Did you also buy a climber's kit?
I had one.
So he secretly stole mine, and that's why I failed my roll. That's
No,
what
hold
happened.
on a second. I thought I had one.
Is it on your character sheet?
No, but what's weird is I'm seeing rogue hit dice D8 listed in my inventory. That doesn't look right because I know I didn't put that there. So something's glitched or something because that's the title of a resource that I have on the side.
One of your counters? Is that one of your counters?
Yeah, one of my counters on the side.
It's doing the same thing to me. It does the same thing to me. I keep having to delete the line.
So I don't know what's going on. Oh, alright, I'll do it at regular then, I guess. I thought I had one or whatever, but okay. No, I'm gonna fate that.
Lands on top of Calypso.
That's how you fate it.
Arthemios, for a brief moment, you thought, this is a perfect opportunity to just crush Calypso. But I'm not going to do that, and you continue climbing. It'll probably hurt me too.
Yeah.
And you decide to keep climbing.
That was a dark thought for whatever reason.
Well, you rolled in that one. We have to follow that train.
Hades stepped in and said, "It's the natural order of things. Let it happen."
Listen, they all look the same by the time they get to the underworld. Anyway, Calypso, would you like to roll the damage, or shall I?
I'll do it. What is it?
Roll 2d6. I'm going to say you got about 20 feet up before you fell.
Okay.
You get 6 points of damage.
Okay, so
And
it took
you
my
have a hurt
8
bump.
away.
She's not used to the shoes yet.
Try again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 16.
There we go. You realize that you're supposed to put the climbers on your hands. And you begin to start climbing.
It's not good enough for Calypso. She's fallen too many times. She needs a 20.
Yes, eventually you all make your way to the top of the mountain pass. And let me put you guys on here. Boop. We have Arthemios. We have Calypso.
All this talk of the Minotaur
Alimony.
that kidnapped me and tortured me, and
Penelope.
the visions of Titans destroying the earth.
You guys make it up the mountain pass. It does not take long before you see one of the harpies fly down seems to screech as it flies overhead before circling back and landing on the tree nearby. She looks you over curiously.
Hello.
Look at my boo.
That's great.
What is it that you require?
We seek audience.
She seems to turn to the mountain with a worried look, then turns back. Strickla is not taking visitors right now. What is it you need?
Insight check.
Go for it.
Yeah. Is there some threat in the area that perhaps we should know about?
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I say. Is there something that is troubling you all?
It is nothing you need to concern yourself with. She is just indisposed. Palimonius, you can 100% tell that this harpy is very worried about Strickla, but you do not know why. And obviously lying.
Okay. Alright, hang on. I want to check something.
Not necessarily lying that, you know,
She's
you know,
just not being 100% honest.
she's just not being 100%. Yeah.
I'm gonna reach down and pick up like a stone or a pebble or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hold it right, let me ask this before I do that. I'm sorry. Is she's lying and she's worried, right? Not she's lying and with like something a sinister. I don't know.
No, she's obviously worried. She's obviously worried about Strickla.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and reach down for a moment, pick up like a small stone or something. I'm gonna hold it to my mouth and I'm gonna whisper. I'm gonna use my. I've never used this, or I have, but it never worked really well. Use my divine.
That's encouraging.
Yeah. Well, it didn't work. It's limited applications. I'm gonna use my divine tinkering, and I'm going to. I can record a message that can be heard up to 10 feet away into an object, and I'm gonna ask. Blink
182.
twice if you're in danger, and then I'm gonna go ahead and toss the stone up to or near her, near the harpy.
Say that one more time.
Like I'm trying to I'm trying to be like if they're in danger, like to not if they're being watched or something like that, to just basically blink twice, like trying to give her a stone that has a message of that recorded.
So this is like
so
the
you save it.
version?
Okay, so hold on.
Like
So
I'm trying to
she's
whisper,
on
right?
the-
So she can
she's
hear
on the
it
tree.
around her. Yeah.
She's on the tree. She's looking at you while you're doing this because you're not necessarily hiding it. So you pick up a
No.
stone, you whisper into stone, and then you throw the stone at her.
To her, not at her. I'm not pelting, like the clear,
You're
like
lobbing
underhand,
it.
like to catch it. Exactly.
He's not starting
And then-
combat with it.
And then the stone starts talking.
Yeah, it whispers the recorded message. So I'm doing it as quietly as I can, the whisper message.
Okay. She's obviously very confused, but catches the stone and hears it, and it kind of makes her jump for a moment. And then she drops the stone and she looks at you all and she says, "We are not in danger, no. It's just..." She seems conflicted on whether she should tell you or not.
What's her condition
Perhaps we
like?
can help.
She doesn't look hurt.
Does she look
Just nervous.
healthy?
Mhm.
I ask. This may seem from out of nowhere, but she wouldn't be ill, would she?
Make a persuasion roll.
Persuasion, okay. 14.
You say this and you look at her and she kind of shakes her head.
Like, no?
We don't know what's wrong with her.
Is she feverish?
We have
No.
we
We
have,
have healers. Perhaps we can help. Yeah.
we have been of assistance in the past to Strickla and your brood. Is there something that we can do? If you allow me to see her, I may be able to divine what is wrong with her.
Make another persuasion with advantage.
Nah.
A 9 at this point is enough. It's a DC 7. She's definitely out of sorts, and obviously you all have helped them in the past. So you do have a previous relationship and reliability with them. She pauses and says, "I was told I should not bring anyone here to see Strickla, considering her condition, but if you can truly help her, then I will do what must be done." And she gestures for you all to follow as she flies ahead to tell the others. I will not require any rolls at
Thank
this
God.
time due to the Harpy's assistance. You all are brought into the cave that the Harpies previously resided within.
Tamagotchi-us.
As you enter, you can see there are multiple harpies here. Not all are tokened, so to speak. They seem to be perched in various areas looking into the center. And you see one of the matriarchs flies in, gesturing. She definitely doesn't seem thrilled that you are here, but she's not stopping you, and gestures for you all to climb into the central area.
I will be. I mean, if we decide to do that, I definitely assist Calypso. I cut my hands. I make a little step for her. Just letting you know, Calypso, I got your back here.
Okay, whatever the easiest path is that I can see. I don't know if that's straight on, but
I didn't know if we had to roll, and I was
Just
terrified.
as a reminder to who
That's why I
Strickla
stopped there.
is.
Thank you.
She's a matriarch, younger, but still a matriarch amongst the harpies, and definitely you identified her as the leader, or at least the speaker of the harpies. She is currently lying down in the center of this nest. The tips of her fingers and wings are outstretched, as if not outstretched upward. She's lying down on her side, but the tips of her fingers are outstretched towards the egg, and her wings as well.
Calypso, as you were going up that way, I would say,
Yeah.
just remember we don't know the exact nature nor the because of it, we don't know the contagious possibility of whatever struck the previous elder of, what was it, Tenedos? Is that what the name of the island was?
Yes.
Of Tenedos as well. And for it to strike another elder, perhaps, if the symptoms seem compatible, just be cautious.
Understood. So I get close, but not like touching, like to try to see if I can discern whether. Did we see? Yeah, we did. We were at the funeral. We saw the other body, right? So
You did.
Okay, so
You didn't like look over it, but you saw it.
Right. So by all outward appearances and by recollection, does it look to be the same type of illness?
The biggest difference for one is that
Not a human.
the other body. Say again.
It's not a human. That's the biggest
Well,
difference.
for one.
Oh, sure.
One of the other bigger differences is that body was dead. Strickla is breathing. She does look rather thin, like she hasn't been able to eat or drink in a day or two. You can see there are scratches on her sides, though they don't look life-threatening. They almost look like they were purposefully done, almost in an effort to wake her up.
So could I do like a medicine check or something to see if I can
Go ahead.
discern what may be wrong with her? Okay. 13.
Other than the slight cuts, which have at this point kind of healed over, if not maybe are a little raw, there are no outward signs of her being sick or hurt, other than some dehydration and malnourishment. She appears to be sleeping or passed out.
Can I attempt something?
By all means.
I'm going to attempt to cast a ritual. It's going to take 10, 11 minutes.
What are you casting?
It's going to take 11 minutes, and I'm going to cast Identify.
Okay. What are you trying to identify? Requires you
What?
to actively be.
No, it says you learn any if the creature is under the effects of any spells are currently affecting it.
Okay, so that's how you're using it. Okay.
While he is doing this, I'm gonna attempt to. This creature here is like her second or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so while Palamonius is doing his thing, I'm gonna quietly have a conversation with.
You can't use identify on a person.
You can at the end if you use it on a creature instead. It tells you what. It's literally the last sentence or two. I have to keep in contact with her though.
Okay. Go ahead, by all means.
Anyway,
what were you doing, Calypso?
Right, so I was asking this harpy if there were any others in the colony that seem to be affected or have change in loss of appetite or unable to consume food or drink, blah, blah, blah.
She shakes her head no. She says that they were out hunting when suddenly she began to fall from the sky. She was caught, but any attempts to feed her or give her water or anything have not worked. Any attempts to wake her up have not worked.
Where was it that you were flying?
They were just in their typical hunting grounds. She has been like this for 3 days.
Calypso. Does that sound familiar? Someone just being out moving along and then all of a sudden collapsing and not being awakened or...
Check her eyelids, but don't look directly at her.
So I kind of nod and does she have does Dricla have any propensity for divination or any divine sight or any alignment with gods that would speak with her, commune with her on a regular basis?
She nods that typically the lead matriarch is also the seer.
And how long has she been like this?
It's been about 3 days.
Maybe pump her with a cure wounds.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. And then I ask if there is anything missing or anything amiss with whatever god or goddesses that are that they follow. I'm not really that familiar as a player with whether who's he what's it's with the harpies.
She specifically was a follower of Artemis.
Is there any indication that Artemis is angry or upset or any other like signs of abnormal behavior or environmental conditions? I have to look up Artemis.
She's not sure.
Not
She doesn't speak to the gods. Only the seer does.
Have their seer voiced any concerns in the previous days? Something they
Not
may
that
have gotten
she's aware
indication of? Well,
Artemis is not. She explains that Artemis is not one to often commune. Rather, provides the opportunity. She's monsters worshiping gods is a little different than humans worshiping gods. They don't apply the same meanings that humans do, or the races that the people do. For them, they worship Artemis because they need to actively hunt to survive.
right.
They don't build shrines to her or anything. They don't try to commune with her or anything. If she receives any visions, it's to find where new prey may be lurking.
Calypso,
Right. Has there been anything off? Has there been? I do cast Cure Wounds, but then let's resolve that first, and then I have a question.
I also say, as you approach the body, as you came around there to the body to cast the Cure Wounds, I say, Calypso, I know you were on the other end of it before, so I'm going to go ahead and forewarn you now. without looking directly at her, perhaps you may want to check and see about opening her eyelids, because that definitely gave an indication of something with you when you were unconscious.
Right, and I believe that Palamonius had mentioned that the cure wounds was what had pulled me out of it. But are her eyes closed? Is there anything?
Her eyes are closed.
Because they are closed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so then I kind of turned the head away from me, the egg, from anybody that would be in sight, and I just opened them to see what happened.
As you open the eyes, the room is filled with a blinding light.
So I drop that, and then have we resolved the cure wounds yet? The first.
Are you casting Cure Wounds?
I did.
Okay, burn the spell slot. What level are you casting it at?
I don't think that Palamonius is in the middle of his ritual, so I'm not going to interrupt him. I'm just going to try first level spell slot.
Okay.
Well, ritual might not mean anything at that point, if that's what it is.
Right, but you're not going to stop until something is resolved, right?
I guess, yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm going to roll this publicly. She has a +3 to this roll.
She's been in for 3 days, though. That's going to be rough.
It is still a DC 17.
Bam.
Boom.
Okay.
17 was the dice roll, plus 3, 20.
As you wake her up, you see her breath begin to quicken. Suddenly, her eyes shoot open, and an ear-piercing scream echoes through the chamber as
Make me
she
save.
screeches out. Yes, all of you need to make wisdom saving throws at this. Even the harpies themselves, though.
Is this
Probably not.
Is this a charm or fear?
No. Even the harpies themselves, who would normally be, undeterred by this, press their ears to their sides, or press their hands to their ears, to block out the screech. Okay. Penelope, Palamonius, Profanities. You three take a total of 8 points of force damage as the sound just rips through this cavern, and you are deafened for a minute. Obviously, in a combat situation, it'd be slightly different. But, there's a serious tinnitus, a serious ringing in your ears that eventually subsides. But for a moment, you are all deafened, that scream echoing through your heads. So, take off that 8 points of damage.
Ow.
I call out to her as loud as I can, her name, and "You are home," and reach for her hands as kind of a soothing gesture. I'm sure I'm gonna get bitten or something, but that's fine.
It takes the assistance of the other matriarch. She's, screaming and thrashing, but with the assistance of those who are here in the, central area, you kind of calm her down. She is beyond exhausted. She obviously, this length of time where she's had no water, no food, has taken its toll on her. You can see that her wings, as she was thrashing, feathers were flying out. They've become patchy. Her hair has even begin to lose its luster. But what catches your eye, Calypso, is that her eyes have been burned away.
Right. So I'm talking to her so that she can hear the voice and reminding her that it is Calypso of the adventuring party that helped them. I tell the matriarch, or the other, the one helping us here, assisting us, that we need some water, and I start pulling out. I'm sure I have some kind of in the priest. I don't think that I don't know. Somewhere I've got like claws and stuff to put around her eyes because I can't really heal her with the healing kit.
It takes time. You guys do eventually, are able to calm her, but she is beyond exhausted. Any questions you may have for her are going to be rough to get. She's just does not have the energy at this point to answer anything.
Sure, and that wasn't what I was going for. I was more concerned about.
However, once she has kind of been settled, the matriarch kind of steps away. And this takes a solid hour of just getting her food, water, getting her okay. While she's doing that, the other harpies obviously rushing out to gather different supplies and things and bringing it to her. Maybe not an hour, about half an hour of this before a few of the other harpies come in and kind of gather around her while the matriarch that you were speaking with previously kind of steps aside to speak with you all and answer any questions that you may have to the best of her ability.
Right, so mine, I don't remember if I asked it before all this, I don't think I did, was about whether they had noticed that the hunting, if there's been a scarcity in their hunting lands and their ability to be able to hunt with Strictla, has it seemed to have diminished, or has she expressed any concern about that?
Not that she's aware of. They've been, they themselves have been able to hunt without any issue. I mean, it's not needed for Strictla to use her ability to find prey. It's only when hunting gets scarce that it's needed. But they haven't. They haven't required this use.
So you're trying to make comparison to what was affecting the village of Tenedos, with them agriculturally and things like that having, less fertility in their crops and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right, trying to determine if for some reason there was some item that might be missing. Yeah, exactly. Right. Not just resources, but if there's some angering, or trying to get to the root of is there also something missing from Artemis that he or she is upset?
Right.
You could attempt to commute with Artemis if you wish.
Right. So we're not. You're not trying to connect her. What happened with Strixla to Artemis? We're just asking generally for. We need the directions, right? Because I don't think they're connected. What happened with Strixla and the vision that you two shared, and the Artemis. Well, I mean, connected in that something is stolen, but not directly connected.
Well, the leader of the village was also their seer. Was right. So it's not a leap to think that I have experienced it, and I'm the seer of the party, not necessarily the leader per se, but the seer of the party, that Strictla is the seer of this party, and it was stricken down by this vision.
And does this timeline match up with when the Elder of Tenedos also dropped?
Your guess is, I mean, Strictla dropped, as you put it, 3 days ago.
Right.
Calypso, it happened today.
Tenedos,
the village seer of Tenedos.
Right.
You didn't really ask, but your guess would probably if she would have died of starvation and some kind of illness that they weren't able to treat. If this is the illness they're talking about,
right.
I mean, you can only go without food or water for at the most maybe a week.
Right.
So if she died from it, but she's also an older woman, maybe like 5 days. So
yeah, but I mean, not only that,
It wouldn't have. It's unlikely it would have been on the same day that Strickla fell.
Okay.
But it's not unlikely to posit that it happened in the same period of time.
Right.
In the sense
Within
that-
a few
happens
days.
to all seers at the same time, and all across the land, right? That's what I'm. Yeah.
Right. Regardless of their, the particular god that they venerate.
Right.
It seems to be across, the board. A bunch of them are getting it, not exactly at the same moment, but
It sounds more like a doomsday prophecy, and perhaps they're connected. But we need to. I think the main thing we need to ask now is, has the harpy seen these landmarks to where this cave is, and see if we can put one thing right.
right. If we can,
Remind me, is anybody in our party isn't? We don't have anybody that's a follower of Artemis, right?
nah,
I don't think so.
think so. No.
You almost did.
Okay.
You almost did. Then she
No.
changed her mind.
Yes. No, that's
That's
fine.
fine.
So I'm gonna kind of look around. I just kind of leave the remainder of the questioning to, like Palomonius and Arthemius, who seems to be off the map. But and then I asked the 1/8 matriarch if there is a place where they generally prep for hunts that I can try to commune with Artemis to try to see if I can contact and find out if there is an issue or some concern similar to Apollo's concern with my vision. You know what I mean? Trying to get the general state of Artemis in terms of like totally clueless or like, oh yeah, she's worried. So my question for the matriarch is, is there a place in the cavern here where they prep for hunting, or where they might have scraps from a hunt or something that I can
Well, scraps from a hunt, yes. They don't necessarily have an altar or anything like that you experienced at Tenedos. Again, they don't worship the god like you do.
Sure. So I'm gonna grab a couple of bones from whatever and find a quiet spot in the cave and sit and do my divination and try to contact Artemis and see if I can divine anything or contact her.
I'm gonna get back on track here and ask the matriarch once she's done helping Calypso with those scraps and stuff. Say, listen, what brought us here was that a blight of similar style like this has a similar effect as this, has affected apparently a few seers, at least within the area, and we were specifically trying to assist another group of villagers in a village on an island not far from here, where their seer had been stricken down from what sounds to be the same thing. In that case, we're doing a task where we need to seek an item in order to recover. Once we recover this item, we will regain the favor of the god that they venerate in order to, or at least on their behalf, in order to free them from all of them suffering and potentially dying because of it. Because it wasn't just their seer who has suffered the effects. And it may very well end up happening to you all as well if something doesn't get taken care of. And the item we're looking for is in a pass in the mountains, and we came seeking perhaps some of your counsel of your people, since you do all fly over the area and would have better insight into a potential location where this might be. If we can give you what information we have, do you think this is something that you might be able to share with us?
The matriarch nods. They're pretty familiar with the mountainous area, as they do a lot of their hunting in that area. If you have enough specific information, they believe they could help you.
Okay. Then I inquire amongst our group, any of us who have had the vision of the cavern, or the pass itself, for description and everything, I inquire amongst our group, whoever's had vision, to come and relay that whatever details they can recall to the matriarch, so they can have the clearest picture possible of what we're talking about.
Easily enough done. After describing what you all have collectively seen and experienced, the matriarch mentions that
to include the serpentine people and all that stuff too, and the serpentine woman.
She
And
isn't
pattern.
She isn't entirely certain. So this is what she says. First, the biggest clue to her is the river.
Okay.
There are only so many mountain passes with a river that runs through them, and even fewer that actually have bridges fording them. In regards to caves in the area of those passes, and with the additional information that you guys have given her, she narrows it down to a pass that you all are very familiar with. It was the pass that you blocked. Now, when you guys had gone there, that cave was no more than a little shelter from maybe the rain. And
Right.
As far as you could tell, there was no secret entrances or anything like that within the cave.
The one where they stored the bridge material, you're talking
Correct.
about. Right.
Correct. That's what comes to her mind, based off of your description.
Understood. We are familiar
In
with that.
regards to the snake folk
Mm-hmm.
and other creatures of the like, she has noticed that more and more. I mean, they hunt flying snakes. They hunt smaller snakes as food all the time. They have noticed, however, more and more snake-like creatures within that mountainous region.
In that same area?
The same general area, yes. Because you guys didn't use the mountain pass to get to the Pan's
Chimera.
Forest and the Chimera and everything.
Right.
You were in that same area, though.
Okay.
She says that they have noticed more and more snake-like creatures, not necessarily ones that you've mentioned, but there are rumors that creatures based off the ones that you've described, from what she has heard, creatures based off the ones that you described are the children of a Gorgon.
Got it.
Now, there are only 3 Gorgons. One of them was beheaded by a hero.
Mm.
The other 2 are immortal, so we're on a fool's run.
The other 2 are indeed supposed to be immortal. However, just because they're immortal does not necessarily mean that it's just because something has been legend to be immortal does not mean that it actually is.
Well, I was gonna say, if you finish that sentence saying they can't be killed, we're gonna have.
But yes, Medusa was beheaded. That is a heroic tale that you all are familiar with. Beheaded by the Greek hero Perseus. And that her 2 sisters were known to be immortal. But
She really
These
lost
are-
out on that one, huh?
these are the children of these creatures. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're involved. They're here, but they could be. You're not sure.
Well,
Okay.
we don't know
Based
who
off
the...
Based off your description, mind you.
Yeah, we don't know who the G was that signed the note to...
Well, there's obviously somebody
Chemos.
in Egypt.
Yes, that's what they said in Egypt or whatever, but what I was going to say is I doubt that any of these things would sign a note G, you know? I mean, that would be like us saying, I'm signing a note H because I'm human, you know?
No. I wasn't making that connection either.
No,
that's why I thought you were going. I'm like,
no, I think that would be ridiculous. I'm just dismissing that right off the bat.
As Gianni, as Wolfgar writes down, okay, make it literally stand for this.
Right.
So,
I'm gonna start signing all my notes from now on just human.
But before you get to Penelope and Maine, let's catch the audience up.
yes,
yeah, they have text.
Calypso.
Calypso,
you are stepping to the side to commune with Artemis.
Yes, as I do that, Penelope mentions the relationship between Artemis and the goddess that she follows, which is Athena. So I invite her, come sit and commune, and while she, hold one hand while I have the bones of the most recent successful kill in the other hand, I reach out internally quietly to Artemis, requesting audience. Mentioning that Apollo being a devout follower of Apollo myself, and I have with me a devout follower of Athena, who is her sister, reaching out for the audience of Artemis to discuss. Sorry, I got distracted by the AFK. To find out some information, and if she would be so gracious as to respond to our request for
Yeah, and Penelope. Yeah, Penelope also in one hand holds an owl with the tiny chips of orb from the earth, which seems to be something that she relates to Artemis as being the goddess of fertility.
Go ahead and join Calypso. At this time, I would like you both. You may have advantage. Both of you roll a religion roll, please. Both of you have advantage.
Great. And I do want to note I changed my dice digitally. So
yes,
they should work.
20. That is a nat 20, 22 total.
Oh yeah.
Change them back.
Both not bad.
They should have that option. They have that option. Can you choose your color dice? I think you can, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
I guess.
did.
Yeah.
So, Penelope, not gonna lie to you.
It was a crap roll again.
No. You're trying to commune to Artemis. You've never really communed to Artemis before.
True.
That being said, you do feel a somewhat comfort in this ritual, whether or not it worked. You don't feel like you did it wrong. Just
part of your anger management.
You do feel comfort and solace that the process was done correctly.
All right, good. I settle in quietly.
Calypso, on the other hand, similar to her previous visions, you watch as her skin begins to glow slightly, her eyes not nearly as bright and shining as they were previously. They begin to radiate a soft golden light, and her body, her hair begins to also take on a goldish sheen as she begins to chant and sway and do her usual godlike ritual. Calypso, you find yourself within a forest. A deep, dense wood. You can hear so many things. The chirp of birds, the chitter of squirrels and rabbits, the squeak of a small field mouse running through. You look and you see a pale stag, fur, a brilliant white, or I should say, maybe a muted gray, actually.
Maybe.
Tall, majestic, easily a what's the word I'm looking for? 12 points.
Sure.
Who are my hunting fans in here?
12 points buck or stag.
It's
12's
easily,
a lot. 10's Still
Ten.
a pretty good amount.
10's the number, I think.
10, yeah.
10's the number. 10 points, easily. Male, regal, Bambi's dad. And nah, better than that. You can do something better than that. Anyway. So, yes, as you look around, this stag seems to begin to walk through the wood. And you feel yourself follow. There's a serenity here, there's a peace here. And as the stag crosses past the tree, suddenly appearing, as if walking with the stag the entire time, you see the somewhat familiar form of the Greek goddess Artemis. She looks perfectly calm and content. You don't necessarily see anything about her that seems out of the ordinary to you. She does turn to look at you, and there's a sad expression on her face. But that's all you can really determine. And then you come out of your vision.
I look over at Penelope to see if she is still in her space to determine whether she's actually divining or is she.
She just looks really
sitting
calm.
there
You give it a
meditating?
minute. You give it a minute, and then you see her kind of peek one eye open slightly, as if just checking to see if you're still in the process. And then she says, "Yeah."
I just smile and wink and stand up. Like, thank you for your assistance. It was most helpful. Yeah. And then head back over to the bar.
Okay.
I just basically relay the vision, in particular that while she does seem sad for unrevealed reasons, that she does seem peaceful and calm and content. Her environment, her godly environment, does not seem to be interrupted or at any kind of despair or trouble.
Yeah, you're almost positive that if something was stolen from her, as it was with Demeter, you would know.
Right.
She doesn't seem to be reacting in such a way. So, with that knowledge, what is the party to do?
We're gonna. How long will it take us to get to the bridge where we collapsed it?
The rest of the day.
So we'd be arriving by nightfall.
Yeah, like right as the sun is beginning to set in the sky.
Not ideal, but I mean, I think do we waste the time or no? We get there as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I much prefer the sun. However, we are on a time concern.
How long did all the commuting take? How long have we spent here? Is there time enough for us to an hour in total here for those of us who took the psychic damage to kind of rest up or no?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get kicked out.
I'm asking, can we like roll a hit dice and in between all the like questions going on as well as the communion? Was that like an hour? Those that didn't commune.
If you weren't doing anything else, like, so I would say Palimonious, profanities, the two of you kind of stayed out of it, so to speak. for this?
Yeah, my ritual didn't really matter, so I stopped
Right.
midway as she was.
So
looking
if
up.
the two of you wished to short rest while Arthemios, Calypso, Penelope, you guys were doing what you were doing, by all means.
Was anybody else that was doing stuffs and things affected by it? Because I do have that healing radiance that would basically effectively do the same thing.
Penelope took a little damage, but seems outwardly pretty fine.
I'd probably hold on to that if we're not gonna take a short rest.
It's not. It's.
Oh, it's just a thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's dependent on the amount of hit dice that the people that I touch have. It's not. I don't have.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm okay. I'm only down like 2
points of
now.
damage, so I'm
Yeah,
not too
I
worried.
rolled one hit dice. I'm okay.
Okay.
We should make haste.
So
yeah,
with-
Penelope, if you feel like you are, if Penelope.
I am
feels like she
fine.
wants to run a
Penelope
hit
does
dice,
not have any problem. Yep, she's
Okay.
good.
Okay. With all of that in mind, the matriarch thanks you, though she's not sure if, what the long-term effects of this, obviously, the loss of her sight is huge, but what the long-term effects of this will have caused to Strickler, she's at least glad she's awake and alive. So,
Though her other senses will be sharpened, she'll be like Daredevil. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good in the long run. Glass half full.
I mean, she's got the voice. Like, she just becomes a bat, right? At this point.
So, with that, she encourages you to return, hopefully after your success in what you seek. By then, Strickla may be able to provide more insight as to what happened.
Absolutely. And then I give the, being the cleric and the healer, I give the prescription of, fluids and water and rest and protection and make sure, blah, all the.
I give her the good RX number though, so she doesn't have a huge copay.
God.
Exactly, like it's yeah.
And with a new heading and a new goal, the party begins to set out, questioning what may be else happening in this world of theirs. And that is where we'll close tonight's session. Good game, everybody. A little bit of lore drop, a little bit of plot development.
I'm glad we came over to the Harpies.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real, we would have lost her.
We could have missed it.
We could have just been wandering the countryside.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, if nothing else, it gave us a little bit validation that is likely the path that we need to go to, so.
Indeed. With that, thank you everybody for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Secret Squirrel will be taking us out.
Yeah.
There will be no game.
Just be taking you guys all out.
There will be
One to the back of the head.
No D&D game next week.
Yes.
As I will be out of town along with a few other players, but we should be back up and running, I believe, on the 5th.
All right. Okay. Then I will go and do the sign off and everything, and I will come back in a moment with you guys.
All right.
Well, I think he was saying have a good night. Have a good rest of your weekend as well, obviously. To anybody who did tune in and everything, much appreciated as always. 6:30 p.m. Saturday nights is when you would catch the D&D Myths and Legends Greek mythology themed Dungeons & Dragons campaign that Wolfgar is kindly presenting to us, and letting us experience. We're having a good time with it. Obviously, it's got many layers, so it's been enjoyable. It's been interesting. I'm going to go ahead and kill that little pop-up there real quick. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put us on the Gates of Troy again. There you go. We'll get rid of the virtual tabletop screen, the Roll20 screen in the background. We're just going to go ahead and go to this for the sign-off. Again, all the music for tonight's episode has been provided graciously, copyright-free, by Adrian Von Ziegler. His name is in the bottom left corner of the screen. You can go check him out. Google him. He's on Spotify. His music helps set the scene for us, helps set the mood for us. We appreciate it very much. We want to give proper credit where credit is due. His stuff, like I said, is provided copyright free, so go check him out. Use any of his music. Just give him proper credit in any kind of projects that you might want to use his music and material in as well. But if you found this to be an interesting episode and you say, hey, you know what, I'd like to see what more of this campaign has been about leading up to this point, then feel free to go check out the prior episodes. They are available as videos on a playlist called D&D Myths and Legends, which is over on the YouTube channel, also called Secret Squirrel Games. All the information is on the banner at the top. There's the Twitch channel, the YouTube channel, and Discord information as well, so that you can join us over on Discord and become a part of the community and hang out with us as well. And D&D is not the only game I stream. I do stream other games. Don't get me wrong. I fully acknowledge that lately there hasn't been a whole lot or whatever. There've been several interruptions to my stream schedule lately, but I do plan on trying to squeeze in some regular streaming of other games as well. Like I said, feel free to join over on the Discord channel, and you'll be notified when I go live over there, or you can also hit follow here on twitch.tv/Secret Squirrel Games. You'll be notified when I go live with this game or any other game in the future. And then also, if you do check out the playlist over on YouTube, then you can go ahead and hit like and subscribe, and you'll be notified when any other videos are posted over there on the YouTube channel as well. The YouTube channel, by the way, does bear the same logo as this channel does. It's in the bottom right corner of the screen. Once again, thanks for our players, thanks to our players, and thanks mostly to Wolfgar for putting on tonight's session. And of course, thanks to all you guys for coming and showing up and keeping us company during the session tonight. As always, it's been interesting. We're looking forward to, not next week, but the week after, because we are going to be off next week, like Wolfgar mentioned. So the week after, the 5th of March or whatever, then we should be back 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States. D&D Myths and Legends, Greek mythology themed Dungeons & Dragons 5e campaign. All right, we look forward to seeing you then. Enjoy the remainder of your night, the remainder of your weekend, remainder of your week until the next session, or if I stream between now and then. Love to have you join me then. Talk to you later. Have a great night, and goodbye.